You are watching Co-op for Two. I'm Jesse Reichler, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois on Friday, October 15th, 2021 at around 11:30 p.m. If you can hear me and the video is coming through and someone's in the chat, can you let me know? Just say hello. I'm a little disorganized today. A little bit of a late start, but let's make sure all the cameras are working while I'm waiting for you. Okay, so there's our top-down view. There's our map of Arrakis. I guess I didn't even say what we're doing today. Today we're going to play the prologue and first chapter of Dune: House Secrets. And Jonathan Warner says hello, and so does Runander. Okay. So you guys know this is full of spoilers. You can only play this game once, then you hear the story. So if there's any chance that you might play this yourself, you can just leave now. You could come back at the end if you want to hear my thoughts on it, or for just question and answer chat, or you can stay around until I start. I'm not going to give any spoilers yet till the game begins, but it's great to have someone in the in the chat for a change. Okay, let's give a little background as to what this game is. I am a huge fan of narrative detective mystery games, like Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective is the classic. I played a new game called Suspects, which is card-based. Recently on the channel, I put all 3 playthroughs of that up and a review. And one of the games that I played live on the channel and reviewed was Vienna Connection, which is behind me here. Okay, now Vienna Connection was a spin-off of Detective, which is here, which Greg and I played prior to the channel. And the detective system, which was designed by Ignacy Trzewiczek, was expanded into Vienna Connection, which was Cold War. And I really loved Vienna Connection. It was a slight move away from detective solving mysteries that had a significant chunk of that. But it was a slight shift into storytelling, more focus on story, slightly less focus on solving mysteries. And detective system is obviously dear to Ignacy's heart because he spun it off in a whole bunch of different directions. Some expansions, they remade Detective as Detective Season 1, a sort of simplified, smaller experience. And Dune: House Secrets is their first attempt at branching off even more into storytelling. This one, they've obviously licensed the Dune IP. And this one is sort of advertised as an adventure game. The emphasis has clearly been taken away from solving mysteries, which has me a little apprehensive because the mystery part is the part that speaks most to me. So I'm going into this with some apprehension. And I don't expect to love it as much as I loved Vienna Connection. And I liked Detective Modern Crime board game quite a lot, but Greg felt a little bit like it was on rails story. So, but I liked it. So I'm going into this I'm going to try to be generous, but if I don't love this as much, I mean, the designers of Vienna Connection, which are mostly also the designers of Dune, House Secrets. So there's Ignacy Trzewiczek and Przemysław Reimer and Jacob Pozetsky are both two designers in Vienna Connection. One swapped, one left, and a new person, Veronica Spira, is part of Dune. So they came by during the Vienna Connection, and it was fortunate because I was just saying glowing things about it. But I may not be as kind to this, and if I don't love it, I will say so. Okay, what else do we need as prerequisite stuff? This is set in the Dune world, but it doesn't retell the story of Frank Herbert's Dune, so it's an independent thing, but set on Arrakis. We'll go over. It's going to teach us the background. We're going to watch a little video that it has. But first, let's look at the components and get set up. The first thing you should know is that they've done the same thing they did for Vienna Connection, which was if you pre-order the game, you got this little packet, which doesn't fit in the box for some reason. So let's look at what came in this thing that I don't care about. There's a little secret letter. It says, on October 15th, we will put into action the plan we have agreed upon and set out on our journey together. With your support so far, we are sure to weather the storm. Let go of fear. Fear is the mind killer. In the meantime, be vigilant and watch out for HSF traders. Okay, so this is just a little fun introduction. Almost everything in this packet it's optional. This is not what you would get in the retail, so obviously you don't need it. All right, so in this game, you play one of 4 characters. You play that character, as I understand it, for the whole campaign of 4 missions, a prologue and 3. We'll be playing the prologue and then chapter 1 tonight. The game lists about 3-hour playtime. In my experience, when I do these live, it can double. So if we play both of those, I think we're probably looking at a 6-hour session here. Okay, so each of these are just some little story for each character you can play. Guess I should have shown you this. This reminds me very much of the style of a comic called East of West, which is really good. Okay, so anyway, this is not relevant to the game, but it gives you a little bit of flavor for what character. If you were playing with 4 people, everyone would play one of these characters. I think we're going to take Daniel Arias, the sort of soldier. His backstory is he was captured and escaped. I'll read it when we read the cards. So there are the 4 characters. This you would get in the game. This is just extra. This is one thing that we are going to read when we play Chapter 1. These are little sealed envelopes that the website tells you to read before each mission. So you get a little extra to read before each mission in this, and then you get a certificate of playing the game. I don't know what they expect you to do with that. And some oversized postcards of Tel Gezer, which is this downtown central Arrakis, I guess. We'll learn about that in a second. All right, so mostly just useless information except for these, which I'll put out so we don't forget to read them. And maybe we'll leave these out in case we want to read those together. But other than that, we don't need this anymore. Okay, it does come with one other thing, which is this little bag you can see. And this bag has nice wood replacements for these tokens. Now, these tokens are a little bit of a push your luck mechanism. As I understand it, we'll see it more when we play. So remember, these are just the same as these. So there's 3 red and 2 green. Okay. So what these are like flipping a coin. When you want, some tests will require you to draw one of these, and if it's red, it's bad and you fail. So you actually, it looks like you've got a 2 in 5 chance of success. That's not so good. So we will be using these instead of these. There's some other rule for it as well. When you get a red, you put the others back, something like that. I don't know. I'm not looking forward to adding some more luck into this game. I mean, normally these games have no luck. The idea of adding this push your luck element doesn't thrill me. There are a couple other interesting new things about this version of the game. There are some upgrades, a little sticker sheet here. Upgrades at the end of each chapter. You can spend experience. So we'll deal with that when the time comes. The pre-order people also got this larger map of Arrakis. So Arrakis is this map here, came with the pre-order. This would be the map you would get in retail. It's not important for the game. It's just to give you some flavor. So we'll just put that aside. There's our rules, and then we've got a couple more maps here. Let's see, I don't think we need these yet. These are 3, so this will be chapter 3. We don't need this yet. That's chapter 3 introduction. Here's our prologue introduction, which we will read. And then this is just chapter 1, 2, and here's a map of Tel Gezer. So I guess we'll keep this out in case we need it. I don't know if we need it in our first prologue mission, but we'll keep it handy if we do. We're going to read this in a second. Here's our rule book. We'll follow this to set up. What else do we need to do? Can everyone hear me okay? Audio's coming through okay? Video's okay? We've got a pad for notes. Okay. Here's our encounter deck. I guess you can't see that. Here's our encounter deck of cards. We'll be told when to go through this. This is an asset deck. This will be like if you meet certain people, this will be their little face, so you can associate it, or maybe an object might have some special stuff on it. These things here are the 4 characters we can play. And we'll have to choose one of these. It looks to me like this campaign is more of a, there's an interesting element. The rules say that you start with these resources at the beginning of the prologue, but you don't start with them at the end of every game. Now that's going to be important because it means we have to be cautious what we spend in the prologue, because that's what we'll start with when we play chapter 1 and so on. So we have to be a little cautious about spending our precious resources. This game has a bunch of different kinds of resources. There's weapons, there's spice, water, and a wild card. These different characters we can play, and there's some people in the channel. Okay, we've got another person in the channel too. So if you guys want to help me pick a character, I'm willing to defer to you. I was thinking we'd play Daniel Arias, the Atreides soldier, but we've got a Fremen informant, Javed Dar, Gora Malik, the smuggler, Arya Koris, the Atreides spy. I don't think these people are in Dune. I think they're just added to the lore, but I could be wrong. Someone could correct me. I have read Dune, but I'm not a huge fan. Okay, so in this game, they're adding all the things that we didn't love about Detective. We've got more tokens and more gaminess and more luck. So already off to a little bit of a scary start. But let's look at what these how these characters work. Having not played the game, I can only speak to what I can see here. But we're going to pick one character to play. Obviously, if there were 4 characters, we'd all be playing one of them. But notice you're basically playing with 4 characters, whether you play solo or not. You just flip these to their advocate side. So one side is the player side, and the other side is the advocate side. And you'll notice they can still be leveled up. And they still have the same skills. So there's 2 things that are different about each character. One is a list of skills. So there's a little background flavor text. Sorry, let's give you some look. There's some background flavor text. And then each of these has different skills. So this guy says he's the Atreides spy, trained in deception, can impersonate someone by mimicking their voice, facial expressions, and other useful disguise. I don't know if that skill is going to come in the game, is going to say if you have this skill. But since all of these people play on in our team, we have these skills always. Everyone, every gameplay, every group that plays will have all of these. So we've got the same skills. I believe they're the same skills. And then they start with some resources at the beginning of the campaign, but they start slightly differently if you play them as characters. Let's see, maybe I can give you a close-up of one of them. So if you play as a character, then you get, a little dark. If you play as a character, it says, here's your ability. At any time, you may exchange 2 resource tokens for 1 subterfuge token. So that, I guess we didn't look at that. There's the subterfuge token. So this person can exchange any 2 resources for 1 of these, and every character can do that for a different resource type. So there's Gora Malik. She can change any 2 for a water. She's the smuggler. The Fremen informant can change any 2 for a spice, and Daniel Arias can change any 2 for a weapon token. If you take them on their advocate side, which we'll be doing for 3 of these 4, now I'm actually thinking of playing this, so I'm going to head off. Okay, so yes, if you've just joined us, this is full of spoilers. Do not watch this if you plan to play the game. Okay, so Daniel Arias. So if you flip these to the advocate side, you don't have that ability anymore. You can no longer swap tokens. But here you begin with 2, and if you take them as your character, you begin with 1. Okay, so basically our choice of who to play as with our main character comes down to what ability we want to have always available to us. So do we always want to swap for spice? Do we always want to be able to swap for water or for subterfuge? And that's going to change what clues we can look at if we don't have the tokens to pay for it. But I was thinking we'd play Daniel Arias. Arias was sent to Arrakis shortly after completing training on Caladan, and upon arriving was thrust into a losing battle with House Harkonnen. He was defeated, taken prisoner, sent to a labor camp, and forced to work on repairing the devastated buildings from the conflict. Eventually, he was freed by Fremen guerrilla fighters as they were performing sabotage actions in Tel Gezer. Okay, so all of these people were sort of captured and then freed. That's their little backstory. Does anyone have a strong preference of, assuming there's someone here in the channel, of who we should play as? Again, I don't think it makes too much of a difference, and I'd be inclined to just play Daniel Arias for his fighting, but we can be a spy, a smuggler, or a Fremen informant. They all look kind of cool. They've got this glossy thing. Okay, I'm going to give you 5 seconds to jump in if someone wants to play someone other than Daniel Arias. Otherwise, it's going to be Daniel Arias. I mean, the spy is appealing to me too. I think using subterfuge rather than fighting might be more enjoyable. So maybe we should play Arya Karas. Educated on Caladan, Arya was a low-ranking informant in Thufir Havart's spy network. She collected information in the Tel Gezer area, and during the massacre tried to pose as a local merchant, but was exposed by House Harkonnen during illegal transactions. After a short imprisonment, she was freed by Zarzur's people. Okay, I've changed my mind. I think we should take the subterfuge. That's like, if we like the mystery of these games, Dune is about the spice, it's true. We could take this guy who can change things into spice. I think I'm convinced we should take the subterfuge. Like, if that's the part of the game we like, not fighting, but spying and tricking people and stuff like that, I think maybe Jonathan sounds like he wants to go for spice, but I think I'm decided. I think we're going to play the Atreides spy. All right, it's done. We're playing the spy. It is about the spice, it's true. The spice must flow. All right, so sorry, these don't go away. These are gonna play. We're gonna play these on the advocate side. They're advocating for us. I don't know if that means. I know we get to start with some stuff, and I know we can upgrade them, but I don't know if we get their skills. All right, so before we read the mission goals, let's do our setup. All right, we're going to follow this game. Okay, so the board is out here. You've seen the map of Arrakis. It's pretty nice looking. All right, let's do this together. We've got our resource pool. And now we got the, if we're continuing, we do this, we don't do that. All right, character boards. For the prologue, each player chooses a character to play through the entire story. So we're going to be stuck with Arya. All right, so let's take our starting resources. So Arya begins with 1 subterfuge, so actually we get 1 less than we would if we weren't playing with her, but we can change it. Okay, Daniel Arias gives us 2 weapon tokens. Advocate, when starting the prologue, gain the indicated resource from each advocate and add them to the pool. Okay, right. So 2 spice tokens from Javed Dar. And then Gora gives us 2 water tokens. So we start with 2 of everything except subterfuge, the thing we care about. We only get 1 of. Okay, there's the encounter deck over here. Here's our asset deck. Consequence pool is in this bag here, shuffled up. Gather a pen and paper for taking notes. We've got this here. And now we're going to watch the introductory video together. What else do you need to know here? This is going to keep track of our time. We're going to be told, in fact, we can do it right now. So if we look at this, here's our prologue chapter, and here's our setup. We're given a goal, find out why the settlement was attacked, find out what happened to Zarzo's unit, which we're going to read about here. But it's telling us start the time tracker here at 6. When this gets down to 0, we'll have to solve the case or watch the end thing. And when it gets to deliberation, that's warning you it's about to end, and you should discuss your final guesses. Okay, and then there's a consequence track, which I'm guessing we start on 4. When it gets to 0, let's read what it says. But basically, this is how much the Harkonnen, who are sort of the bad guys of Dune, when we get down to 0, then we read something on the app, which is going to be bad. Indicates the experience points you gain at the end of each chapter. Consequences represent how much the Harkonnens know about your actions and movements on Arrakis. Once you reach the rightmost spot, log in. Yeah, so I guess we want the most experience. All right. I think the rest of it is fairly straightforward. Every time we look at an encounter, we'll move the time track. All right. So it actually said we should. You're experiencing this with me the way you would if you were playing it. A little bit of reference to the rules occasionally. So first we watch the prologue, and then we read the chapter introduction. Okay, so our first task is to watch the prologue video together. However, this is about to begin the spoilers when we watch the preview video. We'll put this over here so we can see this nice map. All right, so this is your chance. If you think you might play this game, you can leave now and come back and watch the video after you play the mission, and you can see how well you did. We'll take a little, I know it's only been 24 minutes. Okay, we're not going to take a break. We won't switch away, but we'll just take a little pause here and catch up on the chat before we start playing this video, which we'll watch together. Is everyone doing okay? Anyone got any plans for the weekend? Anything interesting? Anyone else on the channel want to say hello? It's a little unusual for me to be doing this. I do these live, but normally there's no one in the channel to talk with. So it's a little bit unusual. Anything anyone want to say? Are there any huge Dune fans in the channel? It's all quiet. There is a lag, so you can't really expect people to respond right away. Oh, yeah. Jonathan Warner says, going to miss the physical files from Vienna. I mean, miss them is an understatement. That is a huge part of why I am so skeptical about enjoying this game. It feels, in every way, like a smaller, lesser experience than Vienna Connection. Vienna Connection had a stack of 100 8.5 by 11 full-sized sheets of paper with diagrams and transcripts, and it was a wonderful experience. This has none of that. The encounter deck is even smaller than Vienna Connection. There's 3 missions and a prologue in this. Vienna Connection 4. So I mean, like, and they've announced that this is the first of a trilogy of Dune games. So it feels a little bit to me like they're stretching this thin. And those files, Jonathan, as you say, were the real joy of Vienna Connection. So, you know, I really, it hurts. It hurts that to be missing those. I would love to see them take that detective, make it like Gumshoe, make it more detectiving, but put those 100 pages of files in the games. That felt like you were really getting something with that stack of files. Like you were going in deep, and this just doesn't have that feel. I'm curious about the experience stickers, but I'm skeptical of everything else. All the mechanics, the tokens, very skeptical of all of that. But I like that they're trying something new. Jonathan, are you going to stay and watch this, or are you not going to play Dune? I mean, there are 3 boxes planned for Dune House Secrets. So if this wasn't really your thing, you could watch the first playthrough and see what it's like. Or just wait for the reviews. People will be reviewing this. I felt like with Vienna Connection, it kind of came in under the radar. There weren't that many people covering it. So it felt a little more interesting to do this opening night playthrough. But Dune House Secrets, there are videos all over already of people unboxing it. So stay for the prologue. That makes sense. So the prologue is advertised as being a shorter introduction to the system. All right, let's read this together. I guess I gotta clean my glasses here. 10192 AG, After Guild. A cave in the shield wall. The smell of spiced coffee and still suits is stifling. Your hands are bound and the rope tightens against your wrists with the slightest movement. You hear the door open. You can remove their blindfold, says a sharp, raspy voice. Several Fremen carry out the command obediently, and you see an old woman dressed in long robes. Her face is obscured by a dark woolen scarf. You can see her gray eyebrows and eyes, blue within blue, with no sign of white, surrounded by wrinkles. On her left stands a tall man with an aquiline nose and sunburnt cheeks. You owe me a water debt, she says, the woman with a piercing stare. I am Zarzur, and this is Samit, she adds, pointing to the man at her side. No need to introduce yourself. I know everything about you. She raises her eyebrows in amusement as she sees your confusion. I needed absolute certainty of your usefulness before I dragged you from the Harkonnen prison and risked the lives of my men. She nods to her 2 subordinates, giving them a sign to untie your hands. Some of the Fremen on the upper ledge continue to aim their Mala pistols at you. Today is your lucky day. You may now begin to repay your debt. Zarzur circles the room. A single globe floats behind her. A few days ago, my guerrilla unit went missing, she continues. I sent them to Mekla settlement with a routine task. We were informed yesterday that the settlement had been attacked by the Harkonnen security forces. We don't know why. The Harkonnens would be happy to wipe out every settlement on Arrakis, but even they must have had a better reason to execute this brutal attack. I need to know why the settlement was attacked. If you're able to find my people as well, or learn what happened to them, then perhaps your debt will be paid sooner. The guerrilla unit was supposed to make contact with Arabat, a tradesman with connections among the gun-running cartels. For now, the only person in Mekala you can trust is Adib Madan. He may know something about the Harkonnens' role in the attack. His wife is a sister of the mayor, Cyrus Das. Zarzur points her scarred hand at the packages piled up against the wall. In the bags you'll find new clothes, a bit of spice, and a few litter-johns of water. You can pretend to be merchants or travelers, but no one can find out that you supported House Atreides. Remember, there are no second chances. I won't pluck you from Harkonnen hands again. Samit steps forward. I'll show you the way to Mekala, he says. We set out at nightfall. So the background of all these characters is that they were all captured by Harkonnens and then rescued. So no matter what character you play, Zarzur, this woman who's Fremen, has rescued you. She sent us to find her people and find out what happened to them. The guerrilla unit was supposed to make contact with Arabat, a tradesman with connections among the gun-running cartels. For now, the only person in Mekala you can trust is Adib Madan. He may know why the Harkonnens did this attack on the Mekala settlement. Wife is sister of the mayor. They've given us new stuff. So, okay, and then here's our setup. So here's our mission goal. Find out why the settlement was attacked. Find out what happened to Zarzur's unit. We start the time marker on space 6. Take asset P, A, B, the map of Arrakis. And then here are 2 encounters we can do whenever we want to. Remember, in this game, the main decision you'll make, other than answering questions at the end, is deciding in what order to look at what encounters, and then decisions when we turn over an encounter. So we're going to start with these things. Let's see. So we get P. These are going to be the people that we know about so far, maybe our clothing. A, B. Okay. So we're going to look at these in a second. Once you have access to something, you've got access to it for the rest of the campaign. The encounter cards in this game are slightly different than if you watch Suspects. Oh yeah, we're supposed to watch the video. Sorry, okay, yes, you're right. We should have watched the video before this. Maybe it's going to be a background on Arrakis. I was just about to give you some background on the world of Dune, but maybe we don't. Maybe we're going to watch it together. All right, let's go over and watch this together. All right, so can you see this okay? And hopefully I can hear it now, and I've got to turn on the laptop audio. Okay, let's watch this prologue together. I'm supposed to log in. Hopefully it remembers everything. Okay, good. All right, let's watch this prologue. I should say, okay, wait. I should say that we're doing this on opening day, and you know there could always be some bugs and stuff, so we're gonna be generous about this. But here we go. Okay, let's listen. Okay. Not much information there, but basically the Harkonnen are ruling over Arrakis now. The Fremen are the local population. They're sort of dealing with the, well, I don't want to give anything away if you haven't watched it, but they've got the blue eyes from the spice. They've got their still suits to preserve water. It's a very dry planet. Okay, but the Fremen are the rebels. We're working with them, and we're working also with the Atreides, the other house that the Harkonnens are battling. Okay, so we've watched the video. I guess it gave us a little bit of information about Harkonnen are ruling this planet. The local rulers have succumbed and have given over their heirs to be held hostage. Okay. And now we would have watched that first, but that just gave us a little bit of background. Nothing special here. We're part of the resistance here, Zarzur. And they went to the Mekla settlement. So let's see. Can we see where the Mekla settlement is on this map? There's Zarzur's unit. Here's a close-up. There's a shield that protects them from the worms. And there's Mekala. There's the settlement. There's Zarzur's unit. I guess that's where we are. And there's Mekla. Okay, let's take a look at what these assets were that it told us to get. So we can look at these together. Okay. You set out at nightfall. Samit treads confidently toward the lights of the Mekala settlement in the distance. His Fremen attire covers his entire body and face. You can only see his eyes and the tube of his still suit under his aquiline nose. Aquiline is like a big eagle nose. You point out several small flasks filled with liquids of different colors hanging from his belt. When asked about their contents, he smiles ominously and answers that you wouldn't want to know. He adjusts his cloak to hide them from view and keeps leading you towards Mekala. After a few hours of marching in silence, you finally reach the gate of the settlement. Okay. This is just to give us a little picture of Samit, so we have something to think about. Why it wasn't on a card, I don't know. Okay, what else have we got? I guess maybe we do these in order, which we are doing. Okay, here's A. The gate to the Mekala settlement is enclosed by a stone arch, and the streets are covered with a thick layer of dust left unswept for a long while. Some of the gray walls are stained with dried blood. Fire smolders on the roofs of several buildings. Sand pours into the devastated houses. The settlement appears desolate, but you can see the light of glow globes behind some of the metaglass windows. This is where I leave you, says Samit. You're on your own now. The Fremen nods his head and turns back towards the shield wall. It's not safe. Harkonnen forces are everywhere. Even still, Zarzur has entrusted you with this mission, so you have no choice. You walk through the unguarded gate. Okay, again, why this isn't on a sheet or a card, I don't know. This symbol here tells you to flip it, so all of these cards are going to be flipped, but some of the encounters may not. Okay, here's B. The settlement is veiled with an unnatural silence. Apparently, people don't want anything to do with you. As they see you approach, they hide in their homes and extinguish the glow globes. They're hesitant to talk to anyone from outside the settlement and treat every stranger as a potential threat. You walk down the street hoping to find survivors who won't flee from you. Okay, so here's an option. We can look at encounter card 001. Find and talk to the survivors of the settlement. So a reminder that, so now we have 3 encounter cards we can draw when we want. We could do 1, find and talk to the survivors of the settlement. We can meet Adib Madan or meet Arabat. If you'll remember, I guess I'm going to write these down because we either have to write one of these pages down because we've got different characters here. We've got Adib Madan and Era Bot. So your memory may be better than mine, but mine isn't great. So let's remember who these people are. Arabat is the tradesman with the gun cartels. And she says we can trust him or her. Adib Madan. Oh, sorry. For now, it's not that we can trust Arabat. It's Adib Madan we can trust. Adib Madan knows the Harkonnen role. That's partly what we're supposed to figure out, what happened to them. So that's obviously someone we want to talk to. The guerrilla unit was supposed to make contact with Arabat. So it would be useful for us to talk to that person to see if they did make contact and what happened. But that person could have been who double-crossed them. And the only person we can trust is Adib Madan. His wife is a sister of the mayor. So Cyrus Das is mayor. And then Adib is his sister is wife of mayor. That's kind of a little bit far removed. Like, is that relevant to us? Okay, those look like the main people that we may have to interact with, those three people. Assuming we start this on 4, because it says if we ever get down to 6, we read something. So let's write down Adib is 5, Arabat is 8. We don't have any information for Cyrus Dab. And we can go to the settlement. One is talk to survivors after the Harkonnen attack. Okay, so those are our 3. What else do we need to know before we jump in? Is there anything? I wouldn't mind getting confirmation about where the consequence track comes. Let's look at the rules for a second here. When we look at an encounter, we're going to have to move this time track, which is at 6. So, I mean, on the face of it, it looks like we might only have time for 6 encounters. We started this where the rules told us to. Consequence track indicates the experience points you gain at the end of each chapter. See experience page 6. Represents how much the Harkonnen know about your actions once you reach the rightmost space. Okay, the diagram in the rules. Sorry, you can't see that. The diagram in the rules show it starting at 3. But it doesn't necessarily say, let's see. Put the consequence on the leftmost space. Okay, fine. So it does start leftmost. All right. I guess we're ready to look at our first encounter. Does anyone want to watch the video again for the background? Do we not need to do that? It didn't seem like it was all that relevant. All right, we'll watch it again if we need it, maybe at the end. All right, let's put this aside now. We don't need that. We've written down that we can meet these people. We're keeping this card nearby to remind us. Just taking a moment to take in this map of Arrakis. So I see now that this close-up is here. Here's the shield wall protecting this area of Arrakis. And so there's what this is a close-up on there. Zor Zor's unit. Here's the Makala settlement where we are right here. That's where we've just arrived. What are these little X's? Where's our legend? A Siege. I believe that's the Fremen areas. I think. Someone can correct me if that's wrong. Okay. Well, any thoughts on where you'd like to go first? I think we meet with the one person we were told we can trust. Adib Madan. That's 5. Shall we start there? Still seems like throwing you in the deep end a little with the terminology if you haven't read Dune. Yeah, I agree with you, Jonathan. Like, you would think there'd be a little more of a background into the nature of the struggle and the planet. I mean, it's a dry planet. Water is very scarce, so everyone's very careful with their water. They wear these suits to preserve their bodily fluids and keep them from sweating and leaking out water. There are these giant sandworms that are very threatening if you leave the shield wall and go out into the desert where the Fremen hang out. The Fremen are the local people. The Harkonnen are the bad, deceitful people that are trying to rule Arrakis, which is so valuable because on Arrakis is where the spice comes from, this sort of drug that people love. And Atreides is sort of the good guys there, and the Harkonnen are battling for control of Arrakis. And I won't give away anything in Dune, but in the timeline of this game, it looks like House Harkonnen is currently ruling Arrakis. And we're going to fight for the Atreides and the Fremen, and we're on that side, the rebel side for now. Okay, let's talk to Adib Madan 5. So we're going to get out Encounter 5 without looking at anything else. We're going to read it, and then we're going to, according to the rules, I believe they want us to advance it first. How to play. Let's look at this together for a second, just as a refresher. Okay, so we've got encounters. The encounter has a card number, which you saw up there. Okay, which we were instructed to draw. Then it's going to have some text we read. Sometimes it's going to tell us to flip it like this one does. Sometimes it'll have choices or make us pay for it. Okay, this is what we wanted to look at here, though, time. To resolve an encounter card, move the time tracker by 1 space towards 0. So we're going to move this to 5. When that runs out, we have to solve the game. So draw the encounter, decrease that by 1. We read the encounter. When we get to 0, we can finish reading anything, and then we have to go to the app and finish the thing. So let's read this together. Adib's house is directly, I'm not in the way, right? Adib's house is directly behind the settlement's walls, next to the stone-arched gate. The door of the home is secured by a palm lock, and you knock several times. You're greeted by a man, his face filled with fear. He sighs with relief as he realizes you're not from the HSF. This is the Harkonnen security force, I guess. Did Zarzor send you? He asks, and not waiting for an answer, invites you in. There are half-packed travel bags on the floor. Esther and I must leave soon. Cyrus was hanged on the tripod with his wife and children. He wasn't even saved by the fact that he'd been appointed as mayor by Governor Sarko himself. They became friends with Leto Atreides when Leto Atreides ruled. Junis, the governor's daughter, often visited Makala. The scorpion of Tel Gezer shows no mercy. We'll hang too. What are the HSF looking for in Makala? What do they want from you? Knowing the Harkonnens, I'd suspect they wanted to stage a massacre of the local population, says Adib, shaking his balding head. But there's something a bit more mysterious. On the day of the attack, while my wife was visiting Cyrus, the HSF forced their way into his home and demanded to see a list of residents in Makala. They also wanted information on everyone who had recently arrived in the settlement and mentioned a convoy with 8 prisoners who escaped from it. Okay, so it sounds like maybe the Harkonnen are looking for someone who might have helped 8 prisoners escape from a convoy. We're told about a couple more people here. The Scorpion of Tel Gezer shows no mercy. It sounds like that's a Harkonnen, someone, maybe the ruler of this area. But then we've got Cyrus the mayor was hanged. Okay, so we know the mayor was hanged. The governor of the region couldn't help him. And mentions the Scorpion of Tel Gezer. Let's keep that in our back of our minds. Okay, and the Harkonnen security forces were looking for someone. All right, let's turn this over. They also asked about the bodies, apparently, he continues, gazing out of the window cautiously. A few hours before the attack in the east of Makala, the bodies of 2 men were found. Have you seen them? No, they were taken by HSF soldiers to the field hospital that was set up in the south of Makala. Are the Harkonnens still there? A handful. They're stationed at Cyrus's house. Scorpion's still here as well. You're not safe in Makala. Adib adds stacks of documents to the travel bags. That's all I can tell you. An ornithopter is going to be here any moment to pick us up, so you should go. It would be better if no one saw us together. Okay, now we've got some more options here. And these require spending tokens. So we can spy on the HSF soldiers at Cyrus's house. We can collect information at the hospital. Or we can go to the east of Makala to find information about the bodies found there. Interesting. Okay, so these will require us to spend a weapon token to do this. A subterfuge token, which remember we only start as 1, with 1 because that's our specialty. Don't quite get the logic of that. It may be that we get one of these every game if we're playing with that person. These we don't get refreshed for sure between games. All right, so now to our list of things. We've still got, we can still do this. We can still talk to the survivors, but now we can do these things also. Any thoughts on what you'd like to do next? I'm asking the chat channel, but I'm really not going to spend much time asking your opinion. You're not really playing this. You're not really making these decisions with me. Just occasionally feel free to chime in if there's something that really grabs you. Otherwise, we'll just do it. I think we should try doing one of these token things. Let's spy on the HSF soldiers at Cyrus's house. So I'm going to spend a weapons token to do clue 7. Encounter 7. Now, remember, we still have to spend a time to do this. It's a little scary. Okay. This card that we finished reading both sides of goes into our supply here. I'm going to put it right here. And you have to be careful in this game and in Detective, which cards, some cards like this one here, just said flip it over. So we have access to both sides of this card, so we're going to keep this. This is not so important. But there are going to be some cards where we won't have gained access to the other side. In fact, the game makes a point about saying that when there's something you want to do that would take you to the other side, you have to do it right away if you want to do it. And in fact, let's I think I'm going to need to look at the rules of this right now to make sure if we would have had to pick all of these, like, I mean, we're doing one of them, but can we come back to this? I'm starting to think we can't. I'm remembering something about having to decide right now. Here we go. Look at this. This is a I think this is a missed opportunity in the rules. In Detective, it says very clearly that when you get a dig deeper, it's listed as a special dig deeper action. You must decide at that moment. So I want to read you this thing here. If you must spend a token or draw a consequence token to flip a card, the decision must be made before you pursue any other encounters, and you may never return to and flip a previously unflipped encounter card. If you do flip it, you have access to both sides. Okay, so that's kind of important. So for this card here, these aren't flip actions. So these we can come back to and do at the end of the mission. We don't have to rush to do these. But if we had to pay to flip, like this one, we will have to decide this right now. So let's read this card together. So we're following and spying on the military personnel. You hear the sounds of a balisette and loud conversations coming from the building that used to be inhabited by the Cyrus Das family. You can also hear soldiers speaking distinctly from behind the closed door. I wouldn't be so smug if I were you, says a drunken voice. We killed off a few desert rats, but we still don't have that last prisoner. We must find him. Scorpion is mad as a wasp, and tell me something I don't know. If he doesn't get his hands on the prisoner, we'll all be screwed, trust me. We've got 7, and we'll find the 8th one too. Damn, Eckel. Be careful, you're spilling the water. Stop talking about those runaways, Yashin. Play something cheerful, not that Caladan tootling. Where's the rest of the spice? In the ornithopter, but be careful with the documents, Eckel. You hear a heavy sigh, approaching footsteps, and a change of music. A moment later, a man in a Harkonnen uniform leaves the house. He's stumbling in a narcotic stupor. He passes the yard and walks towards the creviced concrete landing pad. Okay, so here we've got something that is new to the entire series. It's this push your luck element. We can take a risk and follow the man. All right, so if we want, we can draw one of these tokens. 2 of the 5, less than 50% chance, are success. Now let's read how this system works, because in addition to how good our chances are, we need to know the ramifications of what we draw. So let's read this together. Draw 1 consequence. When you see this instruction, you must immediately draw 1 random token from the consequence pool and resolve it. Is this an option? Yes, because it doesn't say draw 1 consequence. It just says here's something we can do. We can take a risk if we want. Okay, but here's how we do this. If we draw green, 2 of the 5, nothing happens. Discard the consequence token back into the box. So if we get a success from here, this isn't the real one, this is a test. If we were to get a success, which we got, it's too bad we weren't doing it for real, this would be out of the bag, and now 1 and 4 are successes. But if we got a red, we would move this down, so headed towards bad thing and less experience for us. And, however, it brings all the consequence tokens, including this one, and those discarded, back into the pool. So every time you fail, any previous successes go back in your bag. But these never leave. So if you draw this, it's not like your chances improve. As soon as you draw red, everything goes back in the thing. Okay. So it would be nice if this was it would be really nice if this was clearer about whether it's an option, but it is an option. It's just, so if we see an instruction that tells us to draw a consequence, then we have to do it. Otherwise, this is an option described here, which says, if you choose not to flip it, you only have access to the front. Okay, so the question is now, do we want to follow this guy, which sounds like he's the scorpion? Not at a less than 50% chance, I don't think. Like, this is just some extra information. On the other hand, all it does is bring our consequence drag down. As long as we don't let it hit 0, it doesn't even lose us experience. So it actually sounds like, okay. And it says the consequence was always refreshed at the beginning of each chapter. Okay. Again, I wouldn't have minded if this was a little clearer, but I'm starting to see now. It's not a failure. No, Jonathan, that wasn't a real draw. That wasn't a real draw. We already got the green. We use our luck. I see what you're saying. Don't push it. Okay, but now I just realized something that I didn't realize on my first read through. If you fail this test, you still get to read the back of the card. It's not a fail. It's not a failed attempt. You still get the benefit. It's just you might pay this price. So now I've changed my mind. I think because these refresh, because our consequences, as long as they don't go down, I think we're going to draw it. So I am going to draw it, and we're going to, no matter what happens. Ready? Okay, so we failed this. We didn't fail. We just got a consequence. Okay, so this is going here, and this goes back in the bag. So we paid a price for that, but we did get to follow him. So let's see what happens. And did we remember to do this? No, we didn't. It's going to be very hard to remember to do this time track. I hope you will remind me. So we read coup 5. That brought us down from 6 to 5. And now we chose to go to 7, which brings us down here. All right, and now we flip this over, which didn't cost us a time. That's yet another reason maybe to do this. Because flipping this card, we get more information without eating up our time. Okay, you hide in the shadows and follow the dazed soldier to the ornithopter. The man starts pawing through the bag, searching for spice, humming something under his breath. You walk up to him as quietly as a shadow crosses sand. A quick blow to the head and the soldier crumbles. You look about to make sure no one's around and then search the vehicle. The bags on the floor are full of spice, alcohol from Getty Prime, and miscellaneous things that look like trophies taken from the mayor's house. In the compartment next to the pilot's seat is a black folder with a Harkonnen Security Forces symbol. Between a few hastily written reports, you find a film book. Someone is exiting the house where the soldiers are celebrating. Eckel, where's that spice? You hear from a distance. You hide the film book in the belt of your tunic, put the folder back in the compartment, and sneak out of the ornithopter. You hide around the corner of the building before the soldier enters the landing pad. Down the street next to Cyrus's house, you notice Samit. He slips silently into the labyrinth of dusty streets. You vanish into the shadows as well. So Samit is back. Okay, read the orders. 7. What does that mean? Okay. So it's a different symbol. It's not telling us to take an encounter. It's telling us to read the orders. Okay, and here's the rules on that. Let's look at these together. When you see these instructions, you must log into the website and access the information. Once you log in, choose the appropriate type of entry in the main window and enter the indicated number to access the information. For example, film book 007. Okay, so we get to go to the archives. Let's go to the laptop and let's see how exactly. Okay, so here we go. You can see this okay, right? Okay. Enter full name. Okay. The full name of 007. Search. Okay. So let's look at that together. Did it already start? No. Okay. Looks like we've got a full screen. Yeah, I need to see that again. Let's see if I can pause that. Okay. So, we're watching a little film here. It says the orders were, there's a transport, DKR 4876, 8 inmates assigned for spice extraction work in a labor camp. Capture them in public and punish them. But find those responsible for hijacking the weapons transport from the HSF storehouse. Storehouse in Tel Gezer is weapons hijacked. So because we don't have cards for these, we got to take good notes in case it comes up. But then it says 7 of the 8 inmates in the transport could be killed. But number 10235, don't kill, interrogate. Okay, so it does sound like that we heard about that person from this other person was telling us about how they were looking for this person. And I believe they caught the other 7. Alright, so this was film 007. Okay. Locate the prisoners, find those responsible for hijacking the weapons cache, the weapons transport. All right. We've seen both sides of this card, so it can go in our pile of cards we have access to. We haven't, we still got more clues we can look at. We can spend a subterfuge token to collect information at the hospital where there were bodies. What were the, let's read this again. I'm trying to read who was at the hospital. They want information on the convoy with 8 prisoners. Okay. They asked about the bodies. A few hours before the attack in the east of Makala, the bodies of 2 men were found. Have you seen them? No, they were taken to the field hospital. Alright, well, we don't have too much to go on. Remember what our mission was. Our mission was to... I don't need this anymore. Find out why the settlement was attacked. Find out what happened to Zarzur's unit. Well, it sounds like the settlement was attacked because that's where these escaped prisoners were. And they're trying to capture them and capture this one. Arabat was the weapons dealer, so she may very well know about why the weapons transport was attacked and what happened. So that's a good one to talk to. So is going to the hospital about the 2 bodies. And then we've got another way to get information on the bodies by going to the east of Makala to find information about the bodies found there. I guess if we can get the information here, maybe that's better than spending our tokens. Remember, these tokens have to last us beyond this prologue, so we don't get them, we don't refresh them. All right, let's meet our informant. Let's meet our informant. These seem like the big ones. Let's go to 8. We'll put this here. And we could also do this, don't forget. Talk to the survivors of the settlement. It's hard to know why to do one and not another, I must admit. All right. 8, here we go. An old man bustles about at the front of the house, recovering the remains of ruined goods from his stall. Around him lie boxes filled with still suits. Some of them are obvious counterfeits of Fremen designs. The others are more authentic but show signs of combat and wear. As you approach, the merchant grins from ear to ear, realizing you're neither survivors from the settlement nor HSF soldiers. Original still suits, he calls, grabbing the nearest item from his parched hands. Now half price, they won't let a single drop of water out. Zarzur sends us, you cut him off, and the smile immediately leaves his face. I don't know what happened to your people, he says, and looks around nervously, making sure that no one's eavesdropping. I told them where to meet the Quanat cartel. There's an old repository of spice harvesting machines on the other side of the settlement. The cartel does their business there. You hear voices in the distance and turn to see the silhouettes of 2 HSF soldiers at the end of the street. Era hurriedly stuffs the still suits in the chest behind the stall. I know nothing more. Are you buying? No? Then get out. I have no time to talk to you. The old man covers the stall with a huge sheet and rushes to the back of his house. So we can examine the repository where Zarzur's guerrilla unit met with the Quanant cartel, or follow Era to continue the conversation if we want to take a risk. All right, so the last risk we took, I'm not so inclined to keep following him. I'm not going to try to flip this card. So we don't have access to the back of this card. So we must keep this separate from the ones we do. So I'm going to put this over on the left side. Can you guys still see it if I put it there? Yeah, you can see it on at least on the front view. So we just don't want to, is there a better place to put it? Maybe I'll put my copy over here. I'll put this up here so we won't miss it when we look. but we'll know it's different from these. In fact, since that rarely gets accessed, I'll put it like this. Okay, so this is the pile of ones we can only see the front of. These are the pile of ones we can see both sides of. All right, and then these are ones we have access to. This we're done with. Okay, we looked at another clue, so we should be down to here. 5, 4, 3. All right. So the game says when you get to the 3 track, when you get down here, when you get down here to the 3, your game's almost over. You should deliberate and come up with your answers. So feels a little soon. I mean, we know they were attacked to get these prisoners. Why the settlement was attacked. Find out what happened to Zarzur's unit. So if we want to find out what happened at the unit, it seems like going to the hospital where the bodies are. Oh, the bodies. Yeah. I mean, I think we kind of know, but so we can go find out where the arms dealer meeting was. We could go to the hospital, get information. Okay, so let's make clear. The bodies, 2 bodies were found. They were taken to the hospital. So we can go to the hospital to try to sneak in. Or we can go to where the bodies were found and talk to someone maybe who knows about it. This one costs us a token. So I think maybe at this early stage, I still don't want to spend a token. But let's go check out where the bodies were found and see if that gives us any information. Maybe where the bodies were found, someone can tell us what happened. So let's read 4. And I'm going to move this track down, go to 4. The eastern gate of the Makala settlement is partly collapsed. As you comb through the rubble, a teenage boy walks out of a nearby house. He's carrying a travel bag with the neck of a balisette sticking out. What is a balisette? Is it the thing that you use to throw rocks? The kid grins when he sees you. Are you getting out of Makala too, he asks, joining you? Good decision. I've wanted to move to Tel Gezer for quite some time now. Do you live here at the Eastern Gate? Not anymore. After the recent events, I'm done with this. My parents are dead. I'm going to Tel Gezer. The recent events? Do you know anything about the people who were killed under these walls? You ask. The settlement is the biggest smuggling hub in the district. Every other day someone dies from a knife here, answers the boy, scratching his head. But I think I know who you mean. It wasn't long before the HSF's attack. My mother kicked me out of the house because she didn't want to hear me practicing my balisette. So I went to the walls. What did you see? 4 men left through the gate at some point. The 2 in the front looked like local mercenaries. Behind them walked a man with a nasty expression and a huge scar on his eye. The 4th man wore tatters, and he was coughing and curling up in pain as if he was sick. Suddenly, the nasty one walked up to one of the mercenaries from behind and slit their throat. He was so quiet that the other didn't even notice. He then killed the other merc just as easily. He dragged the bodies under the wall and covered them with sand. Why didn't you notify the services? And why should I care about clashes between some mercenaries? I don't want to end up in the HSF's interrogation room. What happened to the killer and his companion? That sick one clutched his head and started to panic, but the one with the knife snapped at him once or twice and brought him to heel. They went towards Tel Gezer. And that's what I'm about to do as well. The boy adjusts the travel bag on his arm. See you in the city, he calls out, jumping to the other side of the gate. And we can see an illustration of the men at D, asset D. Okay. So let's get asset D. Okay, so it's one guy and his sick friend, or injured friend. This guy sneaks up behind the two local mercenaries and kills them. Nothing on the back here. Okay. So this whole town is a hub of traders, and it's a hub of what does he say? Biggest smuggling hub in the district. Okay. So we saw this card in full, so we're going to put it there. It's an asset, so we'll put it here. One, two, three, four. Okay, well, we don't have much time left, and we're supposed to make our guesses about the settlement was attacked to find the escaped prisoners, we think. What happened to their unit? I mean, is not that the same question? I guess if we go to the hospital, maybe... Oh, okay, all right. The two people were killed. Those are the two bodies found by that assassin who killed them. So we don't need to go to the hospital to find out any more information from them. It would be nice to know about this murderer. Do we think maybe the murderer is the escaped prisoner? Then who's his friend? All right, well, we only have too many clues left to look at. I don't want to go to the hospital. I don't think that's necessary. We did all that. So we only have two clues outstanding, I believe. One is to talk to the survivors of the settlement, and the other one is to examine the repository where they met with the... Okay, so since we want to solve what happened to the team, Zarzur's unit, I guess we should go here. 002. All right. Zero two. You enter the warehouse through a broken gate. It's almost entirely filled with useless, partially disassembled harvesters and carryalls. As you look closer, you see bodies that were tossed between the machines. Blood soaks into the layer of dust on the concrete floor. Apparently, no one from Mekhala has ventured to this building to collect their water yet. Some kids are sniffing around the bodies, searching on the bags and pouches. The moment they notice you, they scatter. One trips over a protruding rod and lands face down in the sand. "We didn't do anything. It was the Harkonnens, I swear," yells the boy, desperately trying to get on his feet. 3 of the slain are Fremen in still suits, and one has a hand on a Mala pistol that he was unable to draw in time. The other 2 bodies, judging from their clothes, tattoos, and guns, are local criminals. Scattered around them lie fragments of chests with HSF symbols. Okay. So it looks like that's Zarzur's unit, and the people that they were going to trade with were killed. So that tells us that they weren't double-crossed by the gunrunners, because the gunrunners were killed too by Harkonnen, if this kid's reliable. So this told us we can flip it, so we're flipping it. Are they the ones the soldiers were looking for? No, I don't think so, says the boy. We wanted to warn them the Harkonnens were coming, but we only had time to hide in the machines before the HSF broke in. They killed everyone in a few seconds, shot everywhere, and then searched the whole warehouse. We had good hiding places. We heard one of the soldiers telling another that they were lucky because they'd arrived in Makawa to retrieve a single prisoner, but then also found their lost gun transport and would probably be promoted for it. We didn't see anything else. You finally let the boy break away and flee into the labyrinth of dusty machines. You walk up to the dead Fremen. His blue within blue eyes are frozen in a mixture of anger and shock. You pull the pistol from his hand and leave the warehouse. Pick up the pistol. So it's giving us a weapon token. That's a plus sign. So we actually got a weapons token. That's pretty cool. All right, so now we know a little bit about the mystery. The Harkonnen security force was looking for this escaped prisoner, and they just happened to stumble upon Zarzur's unit, which was trying to trade for these illegal guns that were stolen, and they killed them all. So that answers this question, like what happened to their unit, and this is why the settlement was attacked to find those escaped prisoners. Okay, so are we on the right time track? Is someone helping me keep track? We've got 5, 6, 1, 2. We start 6, we went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so we're actually down here. We think we kind of know what happened. We do have access to one more time. Okay, so here are our 2 options then. We can go talk to the survivors of the settlement. We already did this one. So we could pay a subterfuge token to go to this, but I don't think we should. And I believe we've done everything else. So let's go here. Number 1. It's not surprising if the prologue is giving us stuff. So this, I believe, is our last thing, which brings us to 0. So if this has options, we're not going to be able to follow them through. You approach a woman. Let's see. You approach a woman who's scuttling around the entrance to one of the homes. She glances at you suspiciously while picking up the pieces of a broken loom. I went to Tel Gezer for only 1 day, she says a moment later, before you even ask, and then I came back to this. She motions at the trashed street. The whole of Makala looks as if a Coriolis storm went right over it. Damned Harkonnens. Coriolis storm. Why was the settlement attacked? Who knows? Do you think the security forces ever explain themselves to anyone? People die and don't even know what for. They said anyone who cooperated with the rebels would be hanged on the death tripods. Who were they talking about? The day I left for Tel Gezer, the day before the massacre, I walked past a man I'd never seen before. She throws the remains of the loom to the ground and sits on a stone stool with a heavy sigh. I remember his eyes. He had an ugly scar and led a group of people to the settlement. They looked like prisoners. Maybe that's who they were talking about. I've heard some of them were later hanged on the tripods alongside some of the locals. The rest probably died when the HSF were shooting everyone in sight. No one's seen the scarred man since. The woman points at the end of the street. The survivors gathered in that building on the main square. They saw the executions. Maybe they know more. So what we know now is this prisoner 10235, is the scarred man, the scarred survivor, and he's escaping to Tel Gezer, right? That's what we read on that other card. All right, this is letting us flip it. Okay. Did the HSF search the homes, you ask, pointing to one with a door hanging from its hinges? Yes, they rifled through the whole settlement, she answers. Who lives there? No one. The woman stands up and walks to her house. Sorry, you can't see this. Walks to her house, leaving you alone in the desolated street. But a moment later, as if remembering something, her head peeks from her door. I've heard that someone saw a mysterious woman from outside the settlement there. When the scarf fell off her face, she looked well hydrated, no sign of suffering from lack of water. My brother claimed to have seen her earlier in Tel Gezer on Governor Sirocco's train. Where can we find your brother? The woman glances suggestively at the dried blood stain on the building across the street, and then she shuts herself away in her house, this time for good. So we can search the house where the Sirocco woman was seen, or talk to people who saw the execution by spending one of these. All right, but we've run out of time. I believe that's correct. 4, 5, 6. So yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so I don't think we're allowed to look to do these. I know we're not allowed to do this one. I don't think we're even allowed to do this one. I think you finished the encounter. Let's read this together to make sure. About the time track. Let's see. Okay. The game ends once this reaches the status report space. We're going to go to the status report. Draw an encounter. I'm fairly sure. Okay, move the time track by 1. Well, I don't know why it doesn't say it here. I'm not sure why it's not saying it more clearly here about when you get to time 0. But I know we read somewhere that when you get to 0, you still finish reading your encounter. It might be nice to get confirmation that we aren't allowed to All right, well, we'll have to go find that again. It's not laid out in the areas you would expect it to, or I'm not seeing it. All right, it's time to do our final report. Did we do both clues on the setup sheet? Yes, we did. We met Adib Madan. That was the first thing we did. And then later we met Arabat. That was the gun smuggler old man in his house. That's this one. All right, well, we're done. We're out of time. We're not allowed to do these even if we wanted to. So we can't talk to the people who saw the execution, and we can't search for this woman. It sounds like this woman might have been Zarzur that was seen in the train, or someone important for us, but it doesn't matter. We're not allowed to see it. We put this in the pile of encounters that we weren't allowed to see the back. Actually, we were allowed to see the back of, so it goes here. Okay. It's now time for us to read the summary, answer any questions if it has any, and then we're done with the prologue after an hour and a half. Then we'll take a little break, and then we'll come back and do chapter 1. So let's go to the website and see what happens. And it's kind of interesting because we've never seen what happens at the end of one of these Dune missions. So let's see. All right, so that was our intro. I mean, we watched the intro first, then we didn't encounter any of these cards. We just got a film book. So now we're going to do status report. And it's given us a nice list, previously searched, so we can easily look at it again. All right, status report. Yes. Okay. Final report for Prologue. After returning to the seat, you give Zarzur all the information you found about the recent events in the Makala settlement, the search for the lost prisoner, and the suppression against the citizens by the Harkonnen security forces. After listening to your report, Zarzur asks about further actions you would like to take in this investigation. We recommend one of the following. So we can choose. Collect information on the HSF officer Scorpion, collect information on the runaway from the prisoner convoy, or collect information on the scarred mercenary. Don't we think the last two are the same thing? Isn't that what we decided, that the scarred mercenary... Well, okay, so now you're getting a little bit of flavor of how Dune is an adventure game, not a mystery. This is not... not only are there not right and wrong answers, but this has nothing to do with figuring anything out. Maybe we're going to be asked about that later. So it's up to us which of these we're most interested in. Okay, well, I think I'm not so interested in the HSF officer. I mean, I am interested, but that just sounds like a bad guy we're going to encounter again. But the scarred mercenary is interesting, and the runaway from the prisoner convoy sounds like that could be an interesting person for us to meet up with. So I'm going to choose the scarred mercenary, even though I think these are the same person, but maybe we should look over our clues again to see if that's right. Nasty expression, a huge scar. Slit their throats. Well, if he's not the same person, then all the more reason that we would want to get information because we don't know anything else about him. All right, so we're going to say next. Zarzur agrees with your proposal and orders her people to begin the investigation. Prologue solved. Solved. Okay. Thank you for playing Dune House Secrets. If you like the experience, consider rating the game. All right, so solved, whatever that means. And now we've got a little epilogue here. Can you see it if I do this? Okay, you can see it with me. Here's our epilogue. Zarzur's messenger informs you about a certain tavern in Tel Gezer, the preferred meeting spot for all mercenaries and troublemakers in the area. The Harkonnens constantly tamper with the black market on Arrakis, but never venture into the tavern. There was someone who claimed he saw a man that matched the description. See a portrait of the scarred man. Take asset T. Okay, so because we chose to do that ending choice, we got some more information about the scarred man. Start chapter 1 with the following encounter. Examine the mercenaries' meeting place in Tel Gezer and look for the scarred man. Number 119. The daylight cost of this encounter is 0. Interesting. All right, I'm going to write this down. It says chapter 1, epilogue, told us encounter 119, which has Daylight cost 0. We don't know what daylight cost is, but presumably it's a little new mechanic, or maybe time only moves forward then. All right, and now we can look at this. Here's a portrait. Maybe we shouldn't have chosen to get information about the scarred man, because we can recognize him when we see him with the scar. It's just a portrait for flavor. Okay. All right. The story continues next on chapter 1. So there you have it. There's the prologue of Dune, shorter mission. We did it, Jonathan says. Yeah, I mean, Truce is in the channel says, watching to see how easy to get into this game without any prior Dune knowledge. Well, we have not had to use any prior Dune knowledge. We both remarked, I think it was Jonathan that remarked with me as well, that like it is odd that the game didn't give us more background on the planet and the nature of this political struggle. Like that felt weird, but not important. It's definitely not important to know any of Dune to get into the game. I don't want to judge anything based on the prologue, but there was no mystery really for us to solve. We basically just along for the ride of a story. There was no deduction, no mystery for us to solve. Using the tokens and making the decisions weren't based on anything other than whimsy. But it was a little story that unfolded and, you know, arguably interesting. It sounds like it's going to get more interesting now when we go to Tel Gezer and check out this whole little city. So here's where we were in Makala, and Tel Gezer is just a little bit, looks like it's within walking distance. All right, so we're going to stop there. We're going to take a 10-minute break. It's 1:15 a.m., so we'll be back around 1:25, 1:30 a.m. Central Time, and we will start in earnest the real start of the game, Chapter 1. And I think we're going to get to we'll get to put on some of this experience. So we'll get to upgrade 4 points worth because we're here on our top. We didn't push our consequence below 4, so we'll get to spend 4 experience. And we'll upgrade our things, and we'll learn a little bit about how upgrading works. It looks like it's just gaining us tokens. In fact, all of these upgrades, well, no, that's not true. Some of them are tokens, some of them are lets you put success tokens back and mitigate the luck. All right. Thanks for joining me. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we will come back, chat a little bit, and then start chapter 1. So let me see if I can properly put us to... I missed the break. Okay, we're back. You're watching Call It for Two. We're about to play Chapter 1 of Dune House Secrets, having just played the prologue. Let's review the rules for continuing your game in Dune, because it's a little unusual. You don't reset your tokens. Tokens start where you left them off at the end of the previous chapter. So it's basically one continuing game. It does say you reset the consequence track, so that's important to know. And which was here. But first we should give ourselves experience. Okay, so this might take a little bit. So we gained 4 experience. Here are the stickers for the experience, which you can see with me. So these all cost 1, these cost 2. There's training section and talent section, and these are all continuing skills. So if you want the smuggler skill, you have to have a level 1 before you can put a level 2, before you can put a level 3. Everyone can take skills, even the advocates. In fact, it's not clear at all that there's any functional difference in the game between whether you're playing a card as its character sheet or its advocate, other than the special abilities that the character has. Character can swap any 2 tokens for a subterfuge, but other than that, all of this stuff seems the same. You don't carry over experience, so we have to spend 4 experience now. So let's take a look at what they do. We've got these 4 in training, which are all the same but for different resources. And they're one-time uses. So one time during the course of the campaign, if we put the smuggler sticker on, we can gain a spice resource, water, weapons, or subterfuge. We could upgrade this again, which would get us 2. And then if we upgrade them again for a one-time shot, an unlimited number, which is weird because the game says tokens aren't limited. So basically infinite. I guess that means you have an infinite amount of those. You would never run out. Okay. But now let's look at, these are a little different. So the haggling level lets you exchange 1 resource token. The 2 level haggling gets you a wild card. That's the wild card token that you could use for anything. Level 3 haggling gains 2 wild cards. Now here, this is interesting. Stealth lets you shuffle a green back into the bag. Remember how this works. If you draw out a success, it stays out of the bag until you draw a red. This would let you put it back in one time, once per campaign. Now this is more intriguing. Ignore a fail. Remove a fail from the whole bag. And look at how cool this one is. This is moving the time to give you more time. These cost 2 XP each, though. This is compelling. It's tempting. We need more subterfuge. Yes, we do. Although don't forget that with this character, you can turn any 2 into 1 subterfuge. So by the time you got up to an unlimited of anything, you would also have an unlimited amount of subterfuge. And if you were playing with more characters, as soon as you got up here, you'd have an unlimited amount of anything, because you could change them into anything. All right, we've got 4 points. Jonathan, any idea? Like, getting more subterfuge is tempting because we only have 1, but on the other hand, it's all wasted once we get anything else, because we could turn it into subterfuge. Whereas if we bumped up like unlimited amount of weapons, we'd have unlimited weapons, and because of this, we'd have unlimited subterfuge. I do like this. Like, one of the things that in this game, having more time to do more things is very appealing. So like, but it's only once per whole campaign. Removing a thing, that seems awfully good, but that's only going to happen, we're not going to be able to get up here. Like, these don't unlock until after chapter 2. So you know that these level 3 things you will only have for chapter 3. There's no way you could get them early. So the only ones available to us now are at this point. I don't think this is worth it, shuffling one back. Exchanging a token seems kind of pointless. I think we do this for 2 to allow us to do one. It would only let us do one more clue, but that can be big in this kind of game. So I think I want to do this. Although if we don't have the resources for it, it's useless to us. Okay, so I'm going to put tracking on Aria. That costs 2 XP. So once during the campaign, we can check this box. Once during the campaign, we can check this box to give us one more time. All right, that's 2 of our 4 XP. We still got 2 left. All right, Jonathan, I'm going to let you pick out something. What do you want next? Something from this row. So we're actually going to pick 2 things from this row. So we could take another subterfuge. Just keep in mind that if we can get one of these up to unlimited, it's almost as good. And I don't think this is pretty good. I mean, Stealth Adept is pretty good. And we'd have to get this if we want to get this. And we want to get this. But again, this is just like, I don't know. Let's just be the most Dune. Get the spice. Okay, spice it is. So we're getting Smuggler. We should put this on our Smuggler card. Actually, the Smuggler is good at water, but let's give spice. Okay. So that works the same. We could still cash that in at any time we want to gain a spice. It's not clear to me why we wouldn't do that now. Like, why wouldn't you gain that now? I guess there is a reason. If we use all our spice, we could get to a card that says lose a spice if you have it. So maybe we should wait until we need it. Let's just remember that we have a spice we can gain. But I think it also means we're committed to this track, right? We're committed to the Smuggler track because we want to get up to this so that we can use those things for this too. All right, so we're on this path for a future chapter, but we still have another experience. So what's it going to be? We can either, I mean, a wild card is pretty good because you don't know what you're going to need. Thoughts? This track does not seem as compelling to me because this one looks really bad, and there are going to be things we can't do if we don't have certain tokens. This one is bad, but it would be nice to get to these wild cards, but they're not that good. I think we should maybe... I don't know. Maybe we do get another subterfuge. Alright, what's... The only thing is we don't want to work our way to here because we can turn this in, so maybe it'd be more important to work our way to another one. But then we're going to be really low in subterfuge tokens until chapter 3. Alright, I'm going to go for another subterfuge token because that's the one we have so little of. Alright, and I'm going to put it on Daniel Arias. Alright, done. So remember, we don't get that now. We have to cash that in when we need it. But let's remember that we have it available to us. Okay, that's our 4 XP we've spent. Let's remember we have them if we need them. Each skill has a special one-time effect that you may activate during the game. Check the box and resolve its instructions. I did see the rule just to confirm about resolving an encounter. Unfortunately, it's not in the other places it's explained, but it is in this sidebar. It says, the status report space indicates you're out of time. You still resolve the encounter that advanced to the status report, but this will be your final encounter this chapter. Okay. So, again, setting up for the next game. We start with our resources from before. We still have access to our encounter cards that we've gotten and our asset cards previously. I've just set them off and turn them so we remember they're from the previous chapter. Remember, these are the ones, these are the ones that we're only allowed to see this side of. These we have free access to. I've got our notes about the start of our next chapter. We reset this, and we are ready to listen to the introduction of chapter 1. Zach Brown has arrived. He says, sorry he's late. That's okay. You're just in time for chapter 1. The prologue wasn't very important. Okay, now we're going to go to chapter 1. Here we go. I guess I need my headset so I can hear any video along with you. All right, here we go. I'm waiting for it to continue. Oh, here we go. Well, not very much information there for us. just ordered us to Tel Gezer, where we're going to get new instructions. All right, so let us now read our Chapter 1 introduction together. It's quite a bit to read here. Most of the streets at the center of Tel Gezer, just a reminder, this is full of spoilers. This is the time to turn off the channel if you think you might want to play this game. Most of the streets at the center of Tel Gezer are barricaded to allow the funeral procession of Adam Sorko to move through the city without incident. The guards only let through the citizens who can prove their residence. Samit acquired false identification for you a few days ago, and you reach your destination without trouble. You remember Zarzur's words from your last meeting. The governor's son, Adam Sorko, was murdered in Tel Gezer a few days ago. You still owe her a water debt and must execute her commands. After the success in Makala, you've gained her respect and a chance to carry out further tasks. His family will do anything to find the culprits. Many of the inhabitants gather not only in the street, but also on the roofs, balconies, and windows of nearby buildings. Some of them came here out of curiosity, but others are afraid of what the death of a noble house member will bring upon Tel Gezer. You're unable to see the procession from where you stand. That young woman next to Governor Sorko, is that his daughter? Asks a short woman in the crowd standing on a container. Are you blind? It's Cora, his new concubine, a voice answers. Where's his daughter then? Where is Junis? She didn't come to the funeral. House Sorko is not very respected in these parts, Zarzur points to the Fremen who nod in agreement. They used to be the subjects of House Atreides, but after the fall of Atreides, the Harkonnens gave them power and wealth. From that day, everyone thinks of them as traitors. You will go to Adam Sorko's funeral and merge with the crowd. Samit approaches and gives you false documents and small coins with the symbol of a red leaf. Zarzur continues. Watch the participants. Listen to what people say. Learn as much as you can. Adam Sorko was betrayed by someone. Someone from the outside is sticking their nose into the events of Tel Gezer. I want to know who and why. From now on, you can use our symbol, the red leaf. It'll inform the people you speak with that I sent you. Okay, so we've got some characters that we might want to write down here what we're dealing with. So we've got Adam Sorko. He was assassinated. Okay, and then we've got the governor. And then we've got Cora, his concubine of the governor. And then we've got Junis, the daughter. We got a little bit of information about them earlier in some of these cards or in the introduction. I know we read that one card that said Cyrus was hanged. He wasn't even saved by the fact that he'd be appointed as mayor by Governor Sorko himself. They became friends when Leto Atreides ruled. Junis, the governor's daughter, often visited Mikala. So I'm just going to make a note here that card 5 has info on this family. Sounds like, this thing was telling us that the Sorkos were put in power after Atreides was overthrown, and they're viewed as traitors, but now it seems like maybe they're on the outs with the Harkonnen. All right, let's continue here. The curious crowd drags you down the street toward the governor's home. When you reach the estate of House Sorko, You see a number of children of various ages standing on the stairs, separated from the rest of the nobles. They all wear clothes with the symbol of House Harkonnen. Behind them stand 3 HSF soldiers. Who are they? You ask the woman next to you. Harkonnen's hostages, she answers. The youngest children of every local noble house. The first from the left is... what was her name? Arana Gennick, says someone else. Beside her is Morris Sorko, Adam's cherished little brother. Poor boy, the woman laments. He must watch his brother's funeral, and they won't even let him walk in the procession with the rest of the family. I'm sure the Harkonnens will take those kids back to Carthage after the funeral. From the crowd, you see that the procession is entering the grounds of the estate, and you're able to approach slowly. You'll stay in Tel Gezer for a few nights. Listen closely. Find out why the young Sorko was murdered. Your water debt will be reduced if you can find out anything about the enigmatic runaway prisoner from the convoy you heard about in Makala. Good luck. You set out at dawn. Okay, so we've been instructed to find out who murdered Adam Sorko and why. And additionally, it would be nice to find out the identity of the mysterious prisoner. It says put the time marker on 11, so we've got a little more time for this game, almost double. It tells us to take the map of Tel Gezer, which is here. Okay. And it gives us these encounters that we can take from the start. Ask around about the important allies and enemies of House Sorko. Learn about the... I guess I'm going to move this. Learn about the most important events in Tel Gezer from the last few days. Learn about the criminal organization and cartel activity in Tel Gezer that might have something to do with the murder. And we also were told by the epilogue to take encounter 119, which has daylight cost 0. So initially it sounded like, oh, that's going to be a new rule, daylight cost. But I'm guessing it's just an awkward way of talking about time. So I think it's saying the daylight, like maybe they called this in the beginning the daylight track, whatever. So I believe it's saying it costs us nothing. This is a free encounter card. So we can start by drawing that. Let's remember, we're going to find out who murdered him and why, find out the identity of the mysterious prisoner that was headed towards Tel Gezer. And we have these encounters available. So we've got 105, 109, and 113. So info about allies. Just writing some notes here. Important events. And then learn about the cartels. Adam Sorko was murdered in Tel Gezer a few days ago. It's not clear why we care about that. House Sorko is not very respected. They used to be subjects of House Atreides. All right. We might come back to this. Okay. Well, what you Zachary is asking, still undecided on game, going to stick around and get spoiled. Okay, good. Well, it's good to have you here, Jonathan. All right, Zachary says, why will our water debt be reduced if we do a good job? Who is reducing that debt for us? Okay. In the prologue, we got rescued from our Harkonnen prison by a Fremen rebel leader called Zarzor. She's the one tasking us with these missions. So she saved our lives, so we owe her a debt. So we're working for the Fremen rebels now. We were an Atreides spy. The Atreides got overthrown. But essentially, to answer your question, we're paying off the debt from this woman who rescued and saved us. All right, let's look at this map of Tel Gezer for a second before we decide what to do. There's a lot of places in here. They are numbered, but they're not numbered by encounters like we saw in the Suspects game, so we can't like pick card 8. These are just numbered to help us, I don't know, for us to keep track. But let's look at what we've got here. We've got the tavern, which I think we were told a little bit about at the end of our prologue. There's Sorko's estate. Warehouse where his body was found. An HSF station, that's the Harkonnen security forces. Torment ground, dogfights. Resistance, there's the Ornithopter port. Gallery. Golden Cage. So the things that jump out most is the Sorko estate, the tavern, where his body was found. Okay. So this is just for flavor at the moment. We can't do anything with it, but we'll remember we can, I guess we can keep this here. We may have to reference that. All right, let's get the clue that we got at the end of the prologue as reward for what we chose to do. It's 119. You notice that the encounters are numbered by chapter. So the prologue was 0, so all of our encounters were zeros. We're in chapter 1, so our encounters will start with 1. All right, let's see what we got here. As you walk into the tavern, this is the end of the prologue. It told us about a tavern that the rebels go to that the Harkonnen don't. As you walk into the tavern, you're struck by the combined sense of spice, bodies, and food of questionable quality. Several regulars sitting at tables turn toward you inquisitively, but after they notice that you're not wearing a security forces uniform, they return to their drinks and conversation. You approach the counter with a hefty barman standing behind it. What do you need? Food, drink? If you have more to spend, I can provide other entertainment as well. I know people from the cartels. I need information about a certain man. I see. Information is the second most valuable currency of this planet. The first has the scent of cinnamon. That's the spice, says the barman, reaching his hand toward you. You give him a small pouch of spice and continue the conversation. A mercenary with a scar under his eyes. He uses a knife with a very specific... Oh, yes, he cuts in. None other than Tylu Danik. After the Atreides arrived on Arrakis, he piloted their military ornithopters. From what I've heard, he was quite good. There are rumors that before the fall of Atreides, he was even recruited into Thufir Hawat's network. He says the last sentence in a hushed voice. After the Harkonnens seized the city, Danek was in need of a new profession. That's how he ended up among these, he says, pointing at the tavern's guests, specialists who work for anyone who doesn't want to get their hands dirty but have enough spice to pay. He endured a lot and toughened up in many fights. He's not the Harkonnens' friend, that's for sure. Okay, so we know the identity of our scarred mercenary. Tylu Danek. So it sounds like that was not the escaped prisoner. Right? Sounds like that wasn't the escaped prisoner. It's someone else who killed people. Okay. And he was recruited into Thufir Hawat. A lot of names to remember, but that sounds like a mercenary gang. Not a friend of Harkonnen, okay? Now we're told to flip this. No one here is, a fan of the Harkonnen. Daanek was here recently looking for someone who had information on the Harkonnen prisoner transports. He also mentioned something about Mekhala, but I wonder why you wanted to go there, especially when there are much better paying jobs in Tel Gezer. You stare at him in confusion, wondering why the barman gives you all this information right away. The man smiles, seeing your bafflement. I know you're from Zarzur. I saw our people here. Let's say that what I have just told you is a small favor for old time's sake. No one here knows more than I do, so order something or go your own way. Okay, so he's trying to help the Fremen rebels. He's given us this information about this guy who was a mercenary, Tylu Danik, who was searching for the prisoner transport. And now is coming back here. Alright. No, we didn't gain any really useful information. Alright, well here are our initial encounters. Here they are, 105, 109, 113. Any preferences? Where to start? I would say, as a general principle, go to the one that would open up the most other options. So, events might tell us about a couple different events we could research. Notice I didn't move the time track because that's how we read 119 as being free. Allies and enemies of House Sorko, that's kind of, that's very significant because we have no idea why he was killed. All right, let's start there then. Let's try to uncover why they murdered Adam Sorko. Okay, 105. From the conversations you hear on the streets and markets of Tel Gezer, you come to realize that the wound left from the fall of House Atreides hasn't healed. In a small, stifling spice tavern, you hear loud discussions of workers complaining about Glossu Rabban's decrees. Apparently, he's trying to squeeze every last gram of spice from Arrakis, and he's using every man capable to work on the harvesters. They also criticize Governor Sorko for his lack of willingness to better the situation. In another corner, an intoxicated old man airs his grievances and curses House Sorko for falling in with the tyrants. People who sit near him nod agreeably. Someone adds that people like Cora Turo, the governor's new concubine, should be ashamed of themselves. You give a thirsty beggar 2 sips of water, and he opens up to you. He reminisces about the crushed hopes of better life conditions for everyone on Arrakis under House Atreides. Meanwhile, Governor Sorko does nothing to gain the loyalty of his people. When asked about why Atreides left alive, when asked about any Atreides left alive who might be hiding in the city, he says that only a few who cooperated were spared. The most prominent example is Mentat Thufir Hawat, who used to serve Duke Leto, but now he's taking orders from Baron Vladimir Harkonnen. Everything you've heard, all the gossip and conversation fragments fall into place to reveal the image of House Sorko's position in Tel Gezer. Okay, so Sorko is not gaining the loyalty of the people. They view him as a traitor. There's one member of House Atreides left alive, Mentat Thufir Hawat. Now, the Mentats, if I remember, they're the sort of logical advisors who have questionable loyalty, but... Alright, so... we're allowed to look at, this looks like it's the history symbol, so that's going to be free, so we can go on the app and learn about House Sorko. And then it says HSF patrols are getting closer. It's time to vanish. So we could take a risk to try to turn this card over. We could try to get into the HSF station. Or we could use a subterfuge to go into the Sorko estate. But let's start here about learning about House Sorko. We're supposed to do these in order. So let's go to the laptop. And let's go down to History 105. Is it going to be text or some video? I guess it's video for us to watch together. Anytime there's video, I gotta put on these headphones. Okay, there we go.
House Sorko is hated in Tel Gazir by almost everyone, but most bitterly by House Gienic. When Sigar Sorko turned his back on the Atreides, he was appointed as governor of District 7 by Glosu Raban, and his family was spared, even the Atreides officer, Adam. Ever since, the Sorkos and the Gienics have been feuding. The engagement between Junis, Sigar's daughter, and Rojas, son of Lamira, who was killed in battle, was broken off. The governor lives in a beautiful estate with fountains and conservatories. While every day someone dies from thirst on the streets of Tel Gazir. The death of the governor's eldest son showed that siding with the Harkonnens did not guarantee his family's safety. The investigation of Adam Sorko's death is led by Kamar Masat from the Harkonnen security forces, and the governor is desperately trying to prove that he had nothing to do with his son's secrets. After all, the life of another family member is at stake, the young Morris, the Harkonnens' hostage.
Well, it's a lot of names and a lot of information. Let's listen to that again.
House Sorko is hated in Tel Gazir by almost everyone, but most bitterly by House Gienic. When Sigar Sorko turned his back on the Atreides, he was appointed as governor of District 7 by Glosu Raban, and his family was spared, even the Atreides officer, Adam. Ever since, the Sorkos and the Gienics have been feuding. The engagement between Junis, Sigar's daughter, and Rojas, son of Lamira, who was killed in battle, was broken off. The governor lives in a beautiful estate with fountains and conservatories. While every day someone dies from thirst on the streets of Tel Gazir. The death of the governor's eldest son showed that siding with the Harkonnens did not guarantee his family's safety. The investigation of Adam Sorko's death is led by Kamar Masat from the Harkonnen security forces, and the governor is desperately trying to prove that he had nothing to do with his son's secrets. After all, the life of another family member is at stake, the young Morris, the Harkonnens' hostage.
So in the comments, Jonathan is asking if there are subtitles for these like there were in Vienna Connection videos. It's very odd that the first actual animated, beautiful done art that we've seen is this little piece of history. Like the introductions didn't have any. There are no subtitles that I can see in this.
House Sorko is hated in Tel Gazir by almost everyone,
And
but
we're just
most
flooded with
bitterly
names
by
here.
House Gienic. When Sigar Sorko turned his back on the Atreides, he was appointed as governor of District 7 by Glosu Raban, and his family was spared, even the Atreides officer, Adam. Ever since, the Sorkos and the Gienics have been feuding. The engagement between Junis, Sigar's daughter, and Rojas, son of Lamira, who was killed in battle, was broken off. The governor lives in a beautiful estate with fountains and conservatories. While every day someone dies from thirst on the streets of Tel Gazir. The death of the governor's eldest son showed that siding with the Harkonnens did not guarantee his family's safety. The investigation of Adam Sorko's death is led by Kamar Masat from the Harkonnen security forces, and the governor is desperately trying to prove that he had nothing to do with his son's secrets. After all, the life of another family member is at stake, the young Morris, the Harkonnens' hostage.
So, we're led to believe that the Sorkos are viewed as traitors of House Atreides, and working for the Harkonnen. And we're told about this other house, the Gienic house, that hates the Sorkos. So one possibility is the son is killed just because of anger at the House Sorko. Could be killed by regular population or this Gienic house. But then it's saying that the father is trying to distance himself from the son's secrets, as if the son might not have been friendly to Harkonnen, might have been working against them secretly, so he doesn't want to get blamed by it. So, yeah, that was just a lot of information about the daughter breaking off engagement. It's a little painful that all of that dense information was presented in a little video that, if it's of any relevance to us, we've got no written thing to look at. Okay, but regardless, let's go back now to this thing and decide what we're going to do here. So we could try to get into the Sorko estate by using a subterfuge token. We could go to the HSF security station, or we can keep looking around where we are at this tavern by, first of all, this should be here, by the way. We're starting on the full left. So we can start by risking looking around, which I am not inclined to do. We'll take risks this chapter, but not yet. It's interesting that the risks can get us less experience. It is weird that there aren't subtitles, especially since this is very much an international company and game, and so they have translated this into different languages. So it's a little odd that there aren't subtitles. Yeah. I don't know what the explanation for that is. Except if this is not, if none of this information is, it may be that all of the important information is going to be redundant with cards, in which case it doesn't really matter. All right, well, what would you like to do? Because I'm inclined to use our subterfuge to go into the Sorko estate. So I think we do that. I'm going to spend our only subterfuge, although we can get one new one with that. So I'm spending that to go into 112. Although we actually, hold on, I take it back. We don't have to do that yet. We can do this later. This is the one that we have to, the only one we have to do right away now, if we want to do it, is take the risk to keep looking around. And that would be looking around this tavern where people telling us about the sort of gossip on the street. So I say we don't. Any objection, let me know. Otherwise, we're going to not flip this. All right. We are probably going to come back and do more of these later, though. All right, let's learn about recent events. Yeah? 109. At the end of Morgana Tarek's tavern stands a long bar made of believable wood imitation. A group of people sit there, listening to the story of the owner. On the left, you see travelers from Carthage. On the right, several merchants who have just arrived on Arrakis in the guild's ships. Everyone is hungry for the recent news. And that's when there was an unusual visit from Adam Sorko in the labor camp of the spice refinery. You hear only a fragment of the conversation. Still, Adam Sorko's name immediately catches your attention. Why did Sorko visit the refinery, you ask? I don't know, Morgana shrugs her shoulders. There wasn't even time to think about it, because soon after the entirety of Tel Gezer began to talk about the escaped prisoners from that same camp. The Harkonnens didn't manage to keep it secret. They're searching for the runaways as if the Emperor himself was among them. The HSF is now checking every entrance to the city and inspecting every transport. All this effort for a few starved Atreides who ran off to the desert. They'll return on their knees the moment they see a worm sign in the sand. The woman takes a sip of beer and continues. After that, the bloodshed in Tel Gezer began. Is it about the murder of Adam Sorko? Asks a trader. I've heard about this. In Carthage, everyone is talking about the murder, says another traveler. They beat him so badly that even his father didn't recognize the body, says Morgana. His father didn't recognize the body. Okay. The listeners exchange horrified looks. He was found in a deserted warehouse. The murderers had tortured him. There were a few more bodies, but that's not all. 2 days later, the Genic family's ground car exploded in the center of the city. Several people died in the attack, and the head of the family, Rojas Genic, was seriously injured. Fights between the cartels, says a traveler, nodding his head. Perhaps, says Morgana. Since the fall of Atreides, the situation in Tel Gezer has been quite complicated. We're supposed to flip it over. Okay. I remember, says someone else. No more than a year ago. Oh, sorry, you can't read this. No more than a year ago, everyone was talking about Junis Sorko and Rojas Genic's marriage in Tel Gezer, but then everything went to hell. Both House Genic, continues Morgana Tarek, of the Qanat cartel, and Desmaya Correz, the leader of Damasu, would gladly see the governor's head impaled on the gate of his beautiful estate. And not only them, the whole city hates House Sorko for selling themselves to the Harkonnens. Because of them, the HSF controls everyone, and the Scorpion keeps the city in his iron fist. There are problems with water distribution, and everyone is thirsty all the time, but not in my tavern. Morgana grins and raises a tray with glasses. Who wants more? The travelers order another round and walk away, leaving you alone at the bar. The good-natured smile disappears from Morgana's face. I know who you are. I don't collaborate with the rebels, but the presence of the HSF in the city is bad for business. What do you need? How can we get into this labor camp you've mentioned, you ask? I provide drink and food for the soldiers stationed there every day. If you can afford that, I can let you go there with my people. And the warehouse where Adam Sorko was found, a poor, suspicious part of Tel Gezer. It's too late to search for evidence, but you can ask around with the locals. Alright, so we're going to first learn about the fall of House Atreides. Then we can visit the labor camp if we spend a spice, and we can visit the warehouse where Adam Sorko's body was found. So let's start by listening to some history about the fall of House Atreides. Alright, 109. We have to push start.
The Atreides traveled to Arrakis more than a year ago by order of the Emperor. They took over control of the planet from Baron Vladimir Harkonnen. Duke Leto Atreides quickly gained the respect of the local people, but he didn't have time to enjoy it. Baron Harkonnen couldn't relinquish control of the only source of spice in the universe so easily. From the very beginning, it was all a trap. House Atreides was soon attacked by not only the Harkonnens, but also the Sar-Dukar, a group of elite soldiers controlled by the Emperor himself. Victory for House Atreides was impossible. Leto Atreides fell, and nearly all his people were killed or sent to prisons and labor camps. Through Fear Hawat, Duke Leto's Mentat was forced to become an obedient servant to Baron Harkonnen. The fate of Leto's son, Paul, and of many of his subjects, remain unknown.
Okay, so that's a little bit of actual Dune lore there. Background. So I can see the game is giving us a little bit of, in these history animations, it's filling us in a little bit of background history. Alright, now we have to make it, no, we don't have to make a decision yet. Eventually we're going to have to decide whether we want to visit the labor camp or search the warehouse, but we don't have to decide yet. I guess by not doing this card, we formally decided we're not going to look around. So I'm just confirming that. All right, we did 105. We did 109. It's good to do these ones on this sheet. It is a little odd, like you would think that that information would be in the prologue. It's a little bit weird what was in the prologue and what was scattered around. I'm just repeating what Jonathan Warner is saying in the chat. I think maybe we finished... Oh, we haven't been doing this. So we looked at 2 clues. 2 or 3? 2. 2 we've had to pay for. So we're now down here. Jonathan, someone's supposed to be reminding me to do these. All right, we looked at 2 and we got 1 for free. All right. I think we should do the ones on this sheet. That way we can sort of put this aside and not worry about it. 113. We're going to learn about the criminal organization and cartel activity in Tel Gezer. Although I feel like we got some of that information already. But the customs house in Tel Gezer is located in a massive stone building at the main entrance to the city. On the wall next to the door, someone has painted a scorpion symbol and the words, "We won't be terrorized." On the second floor, at the end of the corridor, are the bureaus of Khadib Maladi, the director of the Spice Transport Department and one of Zarzur's many undercover collaborators in Tel Gezer. You introduce yourselves as merchants from Rabeth. Khadib's assistant leads you to the office. When she leaves and closes the door, you show the symbol of a red leaf. Khadib looks at you from above the pile of papers. How can I help you? The cartels. We need something more than what we'd learned from poking around the market. There are 2 you should know about. The Damasu cartel belongs to the Korres family. They deal with human trafficking and prostitution. They used to have a spice refinery, but the Atreides took it over soon after arriving on Arrakis. It's one of the many reasons why Desmaya Korres, the leader of Damasu, hates them with a passion and hunts every Atreides who hasn't already been caught by the Harkonnens. She feuds with the Harkonnens as well, though. They're keeping her son hostage. Is she strong enough to challenge the Harkonnens? She owns 6 dens of inequity in Tel Gezer, Every one of them provides her huge earnings and the best sources of information in the settlement. Her girls are scattered all around Tel Gezer. She knows a lot. She knows how to use that knowledge. Khadib stands up from the desk and looks out the window. The most important brothel from all 6 is the Distant Shore. Only cartel members and guests with special invitations have access. So some of these things are in our top-down view. So there's Distant Shore that he's talking about. That prostitution house. And he was also mentioning another location. Okay, only cartels have access to that. The second cartel you need to know about is Qanat. House Genik runs it. For years they were a fallen, poor, and insignificant house. One day, long before the Atreides arrived on Arrakis, they bounced back. They managed to intercept an illegal spice transport arranged by Sara Turan, one of Baron Harkonnen's most trusted people. Sara would end up on a death tripod if the Baron found out, so the Geniks got away with it. Now, more than a decade later, they control most of the illegal spice trade in the area. And what does Sorko have to do with it? The Geniks wanted to have an alliance with Sorko. Head of the family, Rojas Genik, made advances to Junis, the governor's daughter, but everything fell to pieces after the fall of Atreides. Sorko betrayed House Atreides, and his troops reinforced the Harkonnen army. During the fights in the city, Lamira Genik, Rojas' mother, died. The Geniks will never forgive House Sorko. A few days ago, someone planted a bomb under the Geniks' ground car. Rojas survived somehow, but he's only out for revenge. I'd say it's an overt conflict. The bureaucrat stares at you attentively. Anything else? A man with a scar on his eye. He wears... Yes, the HSF is looking for him as well. He was seen near the warehouse where Adam Sorko was murdered. If you're looking for the same man, you may be certain that the HSF will get him first. Thank you for your help, you say, getting up. Wait, says Khadib. So we accept his help, we see a portrait, and we see a portrait. I don't think this is an option. We're just told to get F, S, and V. Alright. So we were given a bunch of information. A lot of that information, again, heavy on the names and stuff, that was information from that video. Like, it was just giving us the names of the Genik and all that. So maybe that's why that video is not that important. All right, let's get these things in order. F, we're accepting his help. Okay, so he's giving us something. What is he giving us? A signet ring? It's an invitation to the distant shore, says Khadib, and puts a gilded ticket on the table. It'll grant you access if you ever need it, and if you want to ask around about people from Qanat, go to the cave in the southern part of Ward 5. Show the barman this ring. He'll know I sent you. Good luck. He nods and shows you the symbol of a red leaf tattooed on his palm. So he's part of the rebel. We can visit the den of iniquity of the prostitutes, and we can visit the cave. I mean, these seem like things we should do, definitely. Let's see what else we got. A portrait of Rojas Genik, just to give us some flavor. Okay. There's Rojas. It's a little dark card and a little dark on the screen. And then a portrait of Desmond Corres, who I've already forgotten what he is. Who she is. One of the leaders of the cartels. Okay, so we got access to those. These are just for flavor. But this one has encounters we can go to. All right, I want to look at this again and make a little note about the two warring cartels. So we've got Geniks. he wanted to marry into the Sorko, then they break it up when they felt like they were double-crossed. And then we've got the Damasu cartel. This is on card 113, we're learning this information. Okay, the Damasu cartel, which is the Kores family. And then the Genix is the Quanat cartel. Alright, then that card's done, which is the third time we've used, so we use up another time. 1, 2, 3, yeah. Okay. Well, shall we follow? Power might have gone out. Jonathan Warner heard a transformer, but I know the sound of the transformers blowing because the squirrels in our neighborhood occasionally make their way up into one of these transformers, and it sounds like a little bit of an explosion. And inevitably there's a little squirrel who's cooked. It's kind of sad down at the bottom. It's weird how some of these information are on these cards. It's not clear to me why we're using these cards in addition to these cards. But okay. What was the cave? The cave was... We asked about a man with a scar. That the Harkonnens are also looking for them. She owns 6 dens of inequity. The biggest one is the distant shore. Accept his help. Okay. His help says, if you want to ask around about people from Quanat, go to the cave. I see. So if we want to ask about the Genix, we can go to the cave. Or well, both of these seem quite appealing to me. And the other options, the other clues we have are these. We can spend a spice to visit the labor camp, or get into the Sorko's estate by spending a subterfuge. I guess we should do the ones that don't, since these both seem good, I'm inclined to do those first so that we can see if we have better use for our tokens. So let's visit the cave first to hear about the Quanat cartel. It's 118. Okay, so I'm taking 118, and for the first time, I'm moving this preemptively. Okay, let's read 118. You put the ring Khadib Maladi gave you on the counter. Renek, the barman in the cave, fiddles with it for a moment, checking its authenticity. He leads you to a pleasantly silent, cool back room. How can I help? Asks Renek. We need contact with the Genix. I understand, he answers, smiling slightly. And who exactly? What do you need? Rojas. Not far from the tavern in the southern ward lives Bivan Sayer, Genix medic. It was he who performed the complex surgery that saved Rojas after the attack. A few minutes more and Rojas would have died, or so I've heard. Rojas was fortunate that those people transported him in time. What people? A couple of passers-by rushed to rescue him from the burning wreckage and took him to Sayer.
The locals like Genix. They're greedy bandits, but they would never sell themselves into the Harkonnens like Damasu or Sorko did. Everyone knows that, and that's why they're respected. Do you know anyone close to Rojas himself? I personally know Zaria Pactel, the coordinator of spice transport in Qanat, but she went missing in the desert a few days ago, and there's been no contact with her. The closest to Rojas now is probably Servan Asani, his right hand, but better be careful, he might be quite explosive. His brother Virian died around the same time as Adam Sorko.
So lots of people getting killed. So let's just make a note that Genic attacked and his right-hand man killed same time as Adam Sorko. So someone's trying to kill off these people that are friendly to the Atreides. All right, let's see what else this card says.
Do you think he'll want to talk to us? Do you know how to contact him? As I said, he's Rojas' right hand. My connections don't reach that high. I can connect you to his people, though. Tell them you want to negotiate the price of spice supply. The Genics need the money, but if you get to him, don't you dare mention Junis. Why? Servan says that she twisted him around her little finger while Atreides ruled, and the cartel's business has been getting worse ever since. There are rumors that Servan is training to take over Qanat. It won't be easy for him, though, not after he seduced Clara Mossat, wife of Kamar Mossat, the Scorpion's right hand. He drew the attention of the HSF to himself. Renek pauses and scratches his head. I think that's all. Thanks for the help, you say. Oh, one more thing, says Renek, stopping you at the door. I've heard you're looking for a certain mercenary, the one who allegedly used to work for the Atreides before their fall. If that's true, talk to Natro Kin. He's an office clerk at the entrance to the city in Ward 5. He makes sure that the traders who collaborate with Qanat don't get stuck at customs, but I'm sure for the right price he'd let anyone through. Mercenaries enter this way as well, just like everyone who wants to hide their presence in the city. Whew. Okay, so we can try to meet with... Boy, there's a lot of names in this game. You really gotta record this if you want to keep track of it, but it's a little annoying to have to. Nataro Kin, this is on card 118B. Nataro Kin. Okay, so this person, Nataro Kin, is okay, so he would know about the scarred mercenary coming in. Okay, then we've got Servan Asani. Okay, now which one is he? Servan Asani is the right hand of Genic. His brother was killed. Okay, he would tell us about the Genics, and then Bevan Sayer. He did surgery on Genic. He saved Genic's life. Okay. It's just a lot of names and information. Did I move the time track? Let's see. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, 3. I've moved the time tracks for all of the cards we've looked at so far. Yes. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Four cards we had to pay for. One was free. There's 5 out from this mission, which we could put somewhere else since we don't need the map. So there's our... We got 1 free,
3 we've got complete access to, 1 we don't. We only have half access to. So those are our 4 cards we paid for. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. We went to the cave. Seems like most of my strategy for what clues to go to next have to do with organizationally, like going to the clues of the things that we can put them away. But I'm still inclined to do that. So I'd like us to go to the Distant Shore House of Ill Repute now. Then this card is finished. So I'm going to go to 102. I'm going to move this down. Go to 102. And then we better start being a little more careful with how we spend our time. We're halfway done and we haven't used any of our challenges yet. So I hope we get a chance to use some now.
2 large men guard the entrance. One of them has a tattoo under his eye, a black teardrop. You hand him the golden ticket you got from Khadib and walk inside. A petite woman greets you. Welcome to the Distant Shore. I'm Roya. Come in, she says, smiling, and leads you to a room filled with the scent of spice and tables separated by folding screens. You sprawl out on cozy puffs. A moment later, drinks are served, and 3 women in revealing clothes join you. Several inebriated cartel members out-shout each other behind the screen, mixing incoherent stories with loud laughs and crude jokes. Did you see how he shot my ear off? Bloody Gennick, yells one of them. So how? You repeat yourself. We knocked them all off. Relax, says another one. What would you like to do? Asks one of the girls. Maybe we'll go somewhere a bit quieter. No, this is fine. It's comfortable, you answer, trying to eavesdrop on the cartel members. Through a gap in the screen, you see a young man with a bandage on his head. Under his left eye is a fresh tattoo, the contour of a teardrop. To Desmea and a little boy kept in the beast's palace. He raises his glass. May the desert soak up the blood of the Qanat and Adam Sorko. Young Sorko held his tongue long enough before the youngest girl stands up and says she'll bring something special to entertain you, and you don't hear that last sentence about Sorko. You get up to go to the toilets and then wait until someone from the cartel comes in. The boy with the bandaged head comes in, and when he leaves the stall, you bump into him and say with a fake surprise in your voice, Hey, long time no see. What are you doing here? You point at the teardrop under his eye. Are you working for Damasu now? The boy squints at you and stumbles so hard, he leans over you with the weight of his whole body. Do we know each other? He asks drowsily. Man, what's wrong with you? It's me, Darak. What did you get this teardrop for? You ask with awe. That must have been something. He tries to stand upright proudly. You better know it was something. I killed the bloody Sorko, me, in person. You? You encourage him further and hand him a spice drink. Yeah, me. You better know it was me. Listen, I have to get back to my group. We're celebrating. We gave Qanat a rough ride and took the spice from Sorko. This is our week. Wait, I'll help you. You help him stand up and take him to his table. From his pocket, you snatch a piece of paper and a bit of spice. So get the stolen paper. So if that guy's to be believed, this is the killer of Adam Sorko, but I don't know if I believe it. All right, let's get Secret E. Jonathan says, it's interesting how much info comes from conversations. Detective had database entries. Vienna, some files were like observations. Easier to digest info on those two. I could not agree more. This is a lot of information thrown in the middle of conversations that are densely packed with names. Qanat will help Adam. Oh, this is the secret document. Qanat will help Adam. Recapture that runaway Atreides. Find out who he is or where he's hiding. Don't leave any witnesses. Whatever you learn, pass the information to her at the market at noon. She'll be wearing an opalite necklace. We can follow this to track down the woman with the opalite necklace. Qanat will help Adam. Recapture that runaway Atreides. Find out who he is or where he's hiding. don't leave any witnesses. Whatever you learn, pass the information to her at the market at noon. She'll be wearing an opalite necklace. So this is the Quanat cartel are friends with the Genics. Genics. And the other people that we're listening to are the Damasu. They're the competing gang. So Quanat is the one helping Adam. One, two, three, four, five. Okay, so we're in the right place. We've done both of these. So we can put that off to the side now. But we got a new one with a new option. If we want to go down this rabbit hole. Don't forget, we still have a bunch of clues that we can spend our resources on. Is that all of them? No, there was one with subterfuge. Where was our subterfuge card? Oh, here. All right, so there are the clues that are available to us at this point. What is our mission goal? Find out who mattered Adam Sorka. Okay, so if this guy is to be believed, we now know who killed him. We know it was a Damasu. Just going to write this down. This was who killed Adam. We know a Damasu soldier. He got the teardrop. Okay. Oh, maybe that's the teardrop tattoo for killing someone? Okay. Second additional goal. Find out the identity of the mysterious prisoner. So one possibility is, remember he said Adam was killed, right? Even as they beat him up so much they couldn't even recognize his body. Is it possible? Oh, you know what we were supposed to read? This thing from the pre-order. Let's read this. Let's take a little break here and read this. This is something you wouldn't have in the retail box, so it can't be that important. But I guess it's a little extra piece of information that we have access to because we pre-ordered. So let's open this very difficult to open envelope and see what it says. It says, read before you start chapter 1. Well, it's too late. We already started chapter 1. Whoa, look at this. It's a little card for each of our possible characters. Oh, it's little hints. The Atreides doctor is still in Tel Gezer, so each of our characters is giving us some information. His little hint is the Atreides doctor is still in Tel Gezer. This person is saying Adam Sorko had a hideout in Tel Gezer. She's telling us Nataro Kin is trusted, works at the gates of Tel Gezer. Our smuggler tells us Morgana Tarak has a safe passage to the work camp. I think we've encountered all these things except I mean, we've heard about the doctor who saved him. The hideout? I'm not sure we've encountered that. We have encountered Nataro Kim. Got information about him, where he works. And the work camp. Morgana Tareka's safe passage to the work camp. I think that's this card here, the labor camp. All right, well, I don't know. Obviously didn't add that much. Jonathan Warner says, part of me wants to just use the subterfuge. We are a spy. Yeah, okay, let's do that right now. Let's use our subterfuge, go into this Sorko estate and see what we can learn about the Sorkos. Although, it doesn't seem like it's getting us towards our goal. All right, I'm not against doing that. I am not. But we only have one of them, and it doesn't seem directly relevant to our goal. So maybe we put that off for a second. Okay, we want to find out the identity of the mysterious prisoner, right? And this card lets us talk to the person who knows the mercenaries, Nataro Kim, who's also mentioned in our one of our little previews here. So I think we spend our water and talk to that guy. That's what I'm going to do. The unrecognizable son, uncertain of DNA testing technology in the Dune universe. Yes. Well, I wonder, is it possible that that doctor would be the one who would make someone look like someone else? So maybe we want to meet the doctor. Where is the doctor? Visit the warehouse where his body was found. Who was the doctor? I mean, where was the card with the doctor? All right, I'm going to first start with Nataro Kim. Spending a water, doing 101, which is advancing our time. And then I think maybe we check out the doctor. Maybe, although it doesn't seem it would be relevant except if there's some plastic surgery involved. Okay, I'm going to move these. I do hope we get a chance to use the risk tokens. Okay, here's our Nataro Kim. Your steps echo in the corridor as you walk through the offices at the entrance to the city in Ward 5. You reach an office with a few others waiting near the door. After several minutes, you finally walk in, and you see a wrinkled man who welcomes you with a weary sigh. Behind his desk is a metal glass wall, through which you can see a city gate and security forces on ornithopters flying over it. I guess his name is not Nataro, it's Nataro Kin. Nataro Kin, you ask? What do you want? Our mutual friends in Quanat recommended, you say, putting water stamps on the desk, but Nataro shushes you. Raising his finger to his mouth, he reaches for a button under the desk and turns on a cone of silence. Now we can talk freely. You want to get around the cargo inspection? Security has increased in the last few days, but we can make a deal. We're looking for someone, you answer. He had a distinctive scar on his eye. He could have passed through here a few days ago with another man. Nataro Kin looks you straight in the eyes for the first time since you entered. What are you meddling into? Do you want to incite the Harkonnen security? All of HSF is looking for these two. Do you see those men? He points behind the window at the ranks of soldiers in Harkonnen uniforms. Scorpion gave an order to inspect everyone entering the city. All of HSF can't find two people? They're not just any people. One of them is some important Atreides. The other used to work for someone from the Duke's attaché. We receive orders every day to reinforce the crossing, but we haven't seen any effects of the roundup yet. Maybe the people they're looking for have left the city. No, At this level of HSF's mobilization and with every entrance guarded, a kangaroo mouse couldn't slip through. They must be hiding somewhere in Tel Gezer. Interesting. Have you seen them in person? When you put several more water stamps on the desk, the man can't mask the greed in his eyes. After a moment of hesitation, he answers, "They were here, but it was before HSF told us to check everyone. One of them was coughing, so I didn't want to get too close. And the one with the scar paid us generously to be let through without checking their documents. I thought they must have been smugglers or mercenaries like many here, and then the HSF came." He turns his back to the door and discreetly pulls out a rolled piece of paper from his pocket. "They told us to look for someone like this," he says, and shows you a depiction of the wanted man. "We didn't admit to letting him through, just in case." Natro Kin turns off the clone of silence. "Your time is up. I can't help you." You thank him and leave the office, rushed by impatient stares of people waiting in the queue. All right, check out the portrait. So we've got another picture of this person we're searching for. It says wanted. He's got a scar on his right eye. So, do we agree that this is the prisoner that escaped? Right? They're one and the same. Like, it was a little confusing there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, but one is free. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, here, sorry. 7. 4, 5, 6, 7. So we should be 6 advanced. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so we're still up to date on that. Okay. So that was very important piece of evidence we just got, a little bit of clue, because where did it go? So we went to Natro Kim, which was 101. 101, okay. So let's look at that again. They were here. The guy was sick. Coughing, he wouldn't get close. So it kind of makes sense that he might need to go to a doctor, right? And the doctor who was treating Genic, the Genics are friends with the Atreides, we think, and the Sorkos. So I'm starting to think that the doctor is the place we should go next. So now what, in case that mercenary went there. But are we all in agreement that, I mean, this is part of the difficulty of doing these things live. If it was just by myself, I'd take a little break and then I'd reread those cards that I guess we got in the prologue about the prisoner they're hunting for and them having recaptured everyone but the prisoner. But I'm working on the assumption that this is the prisoner they're hunting for. Okay, I want to find what card told us about the doctor. Okay, so not far from the tavern lives Bevan Sayer, Genic's medic. It was he who performed the complex surgery that saved Rojas after the attack. So let's go meet Bevan Sayer, the medic, and see if he's got any information for us.
106, which pushes our time down. Okay, and now we're going to have a challenge to do.
Apparently, Bevan Sayer feels safe in this neighborhood because the only security is a seal that prevents moisture from escaping the building. You easily let yourself inside and find a gruesome makeshift operating room. Indeed, no health inspector has ever given consent to this place. When he comes in and a globe lights up, he freezes with horror to see you. You approach him slowly, fiddling with a laser scalpel. Who are you? What do you want from me? I'm just a doctor. Rojas Genik. You took care of him after the explosion. Sayer pauses and follows your look nervously, then answers. He was lucky that the shrapnel missed the eyes. Someone like him could probably afford prosthetics from Telenax, though. Spare me the clinical course. What do you know about the attack? Someone planted a bomb under the ground car that transported the Genik family. Only Rojas survived. I guess he has no one else left, except for those Quanat thugs and that Missy from the governor's family, Junis. So, are you sure she sides with him? She visited him here during her brother's funeral. Oh, that's where she was during the funeral. When the HSF was focused on the procession, Rojas told Junis about some fugitive, that it had been someone important, and Adam had realized this before the Harkonnens. I don't know who he was talking about. Maybe he was raving after taking the drugs. I gave him a large dose. And Junis? She said she regretted that so many people had to die, but Rojas didn't really care what she had to say. He was angry at her. He screamed the words, I never should have listened to you. Junis didn't answer. She ran away all teary-eyed and didn't come back. The next day, Rojas went home, even though I strongly advised him otherwise. So, we can keep asking questions, but we have to take a consequence test. All right, well, I mean, it's a no-brainer for me. Our first consequence test is sort of risk-free because we still get the maximum experience if we stop here. All right, so let's do it to turn this card over. We're almost at the end. We might as well do it. In fact, I now regret not doing the other one. The worst that happens is we lose an experience, as long as we don't get down to this 6. All right, here we go. Okay. It's a fail. That just means consequence goes down. Everything goes back in the bag, but we still get to flip it. I hope that's right. What if it's not right? It is right, though, right? Didn't we confirm that? I mean, the rules could be... The rules... Nothing happens, discard it back. First, move this. Second, take them all, put them back. Slight tokens signify when your actions have been noticed. Represent losing opportunities to train and gain new skills. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so we still get to flip this. Let's see what the doctor has more to say. Who did Junis mean when she said she had so many people had to die? His brother and Rojas family? Maybe, but Quanat cartel bodies were delivered to the morgue a few days before the attack on the Genics. Allegedly, it was from the fights between the cartels. The shooting nearly blew them all away. The idiots hadn't used shields. There are no sandworms in Tel Gezer, so they could use the shields sometimes. Is there anything else you should tell me? Sayer swallows loudly and stands so close to the wall as if trying to blend into it. Maybe. It's rumored in the hospital that the day after the bodies were brought to the morgue, 2 men showed up to the house of a local doctor. One had a leg injury and the other had obvious symptoms of radiation sickness, coughing, constant nosebleeds. Which doctor's home? Do they work in the hospital? No, I've heard he's a former Atreides medic, freed after the massacre. I don't know why he didn't notify the HSF about the incident. He must want trouble. For me, it sounds like a made-up story. Who would be stupid enough to do something like that behind the Harkonnens' back? Behind the surgical room's door, you hear voices and approaching footsteps. Those are patients. They have an appointment, explains the doctor as he notices your inquisitive look. Don't say a word about our conversation or the authorities will find out about your small business, you say, moving the scalpel towards Sayer's face. He nods quickly. You hide the tool in your pocket and leave for the corridor, where you pass by a woman accompanying a man on crutches.
Okay, so we got a significant clue about the real medic, the Atreides medic, but not really any information about how to find him.
This guy's just saying, like, who would be crazy enough to stick around? Doctor's home. Do they work at the hospital? No. He's a former Atreides medic, freed after the massacre.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. So let's look at our clues and see which one might lead us to the doctor's home. We've done these. We can put this aside. The doctor's home is where we want to go because we want to find out about the mercenary who we think went to the doctor's home. These clues we had. Morgana Tarek is a safe passage in the work camp. We went to Natro Kim. He had a hideout in Tel Gezer. He's still in Tel Gezer. Okay. Morgana has a safe passage to the work camp. Now, I'll tell you what. Oh no, that was 119. So, yeah. I was trying to see if, like we were supposed to read this early, right? And then we could have seen that before we got this card. And, I was just trying to think if this card would have been this card and then we would have taken this risk, but I guess it's too late for that anyway. Okay, so let's see what options we have left. So we could try to go into the Sorko's estate. Probably not the location of the doctor, but possibly, I guess. We could visit the labor camp. Here's Morgana's Tavern, I guess. Okay. Let's read what she was telling us again. She tells us about the labor camp. Okay. Murder of Adam Sorko. He was found in a deserted warehouse. 2 days later, the Genic family car exploded. Mention of the Scorpion. I don't collaborate with the rebels. It's bad for business. How can we get into this labor camp you've mentioned? Okay, if we pay twice, we can get there. But what's the labor? I'm skimming through it. I'm missing it. Escaped prisoners from that same camp. I see. We could learn about... We could go to the labor camp where the prisoners escaped from and maybe learn a little bit about them. Well, that's tempting. That's tempting. But it's not where the doctor would live. Where is our doctor? think this is our only other one.
Okay, we met Bevan Sayer, and we met Natro Kim. So Servan Asani is the only one from this card we haven't met. That's the right-hand man to Rojas. He might know where the doctor is.
Any ideas which of these you'd like to do? If I knew, I don't think we have any other clue to where the doctor's office might be. Doctor's house. Hopefully it wasn't in the one card we didn't, we weren't allowed to read. I mean, that we didn't flip. Oh, let's not forget we can track down the woman with the necklace. But she's sort of the bad guy's side, right? So I guess if we're the most efficient one for us to do is a spice, since we have 2 spices, we only have 1 water, and it's the labor camp where our mercenary escaped from. So I say we do that. So let's do that. We'll put these aside for a little bit. This is the one we don't have full access to. It's getting a little messy here. All right, we're visiting the labor camp where the prisoners escaped from. So 108. But the labor camp is not where we think the doctor has a house in Tel Gezer. Of course, we don't even know that we're supposed to find that in chapter 1. Okay, labor camp 108. So I'm moving this down to 3, getting 108. Oh, it's another risk token. Okay. You get to the labor camp with a group of food suppliers who work for Morgana Tarak. The road is terrible. The road is terrible for ground vehicles, and you're constantly bogged down in sand, but eventually you see the outside of a vast complex in front of you. You cover your ears as a carryall approaches, flying low and throwing a shadow across the caravan. The machine is transporting a harvester and raises dust clouds as it settles on the ground. People begin to step out of it, tiny as ants against the oversized vehicles. A moment later, the spotters' ornithopters join them. In the distance, you see the slaves' barracks and a massive spice refinery. One of the buildings stands slightly farther from the others. From time to time, you can see the guards lead prisoners inside. That's where they interrogate them, says the driver from your caravan. You unload the boxes in the center of the camp. You're supposed to take the supplies to gate number 3, but you take advantage of the guard's distraction and go to gate number 10 at the very end, where 2 workers are involved in a heated conversation. All labor is slowed down because the HSF is interrogating the prisoners. And who's going to do the work, says a man in a dirty uniform. Why are they even interrogating them, you ask, when another worker takes the supplies from you. Is it because Adam Sorko was there a few days before his death? I've heard that when Sorko was checking one of the brigades, he suddenly got nervous. He looked as if he saw a ghost and ended his visitation minutes later. The governor probably sent Adam here because he couldn't look at the Atreides slaves in the eyes himself. Not after he had betrayed his own kind. Besides, he was probably too busy with his new lover, Cora, or whatever her name is. What brigade did he check, you ask? Why is it so special? You hear rushed yelling from the guards and decide it may be time to back out. Or we could take a risk for more time. Okay, so
what we've learned here is from card 108, Adam Sorka saw a ghost at labor camp. So did he see someone, this prisoner, who knows something about him, who knows something important, or did he see someone that he needs to free, who he thought was dead? Or did he see someone who looks exactly like him and he's going to fake his own death? All right, I say we go for a risk. Now, if we go for this risk, we are definitely risking not getting our 4 experience points next turn. Yeah, I think it is worth the risk. Jonathan says, not many turns left, maybe worth the risk. I think so. I'm more interested in turning over these cards than I am in getting those upgrades. Especially since these give you information without paying for time, and time seems like our most precious resource. Okay, here we go. Ready? Hey, that's a success. All right, so we got a success. That's nice. It goes out of the box where it will not be available to be drawn until the end of the mission. Unless we get it right. All right, so we don't have to pay any consequence for this. We just flip it over. It was brigade number DKR 4876, answers the other worker. The one who worked with the harvesters. That's the transport that got escaped. You look at her questioningly. The ones that got attacked? There was an attack? They were returning to camp when they got attacked by 3 armed attackers. That's why the elite troops are now sniffing around here, interrogating everyone they can. They've already found someone who knew something. The other prisoners ratted him out for a few drops of water. How he screamed. I thought about going down there and shutting him up myself. I wondered what he said. It'll probably end with hanging a few Fremen on the tripods, nothing more. The impatient shipping overseer walks a dozen meters from you. He randomly chooses a tardy slave and slashes their back with an inkvine whip. The slave screams horrifically. The others wince at the sight of it. Oh, I don't think that's going to heal, says the worker from gate number 10. He leaps to his feet and vigorously returns to work. A moment later, you see a security... Sorry, you should be able to see this too. A moment later, you see security forces, Ornithopter, landing not far from the building. Several officers immediately approach the man who gets out of it. It's Kamar Muscat, Scorpion's right hand, says the worker. You better hurry with those supplies. The soldiers don't want him to think they allow us to slack off. The overseer soon starts paying attention to you as well. You shouldn't hang around much longer. You back away and return to the caravan. So we could spend... Did we pay for our... There was a... We did a card... We're here because we paid for a spice, right? Like, I shouldn't have 2 spices. Didn't I pay for... That's from my previous... I want to make sure we paid for what we're supposed to pay for. Here. Okay, so I had to spend one of these spices to get here. But thanks to Jonathan, we actually have an excess spice we can gain when we want. All right, so now I think we don't have to do this yet. We could pay another spice to try to get into the interrogation building. That could be quite useful for us. But we have to have a little talk here about whether the guy with the scar is a mercenary who's been hired to kill the prisoner, or if he is the prisoner. Like, that we need to know. And it's the time to do it. Does anyone in the channel have a good memory of this, or do I have to go read these cards and Prelude to try to find out? This is unfortunate for you guys sitting here watching this, but this is kind of essential. So I'm looking at the Prelude clues, because we know the Harkonnen are searching for this prisoner, right? We know that they found most of the prisoners, but not this one special one. We know he escaped. But then there's this scarred mercenary, which we know the Harkonnens are also looking for. And it's a little confusing to me whether that's a separate person than the prisoner. Four men left through the gate. The two in the front looked like local mercenaries. Behind them walked a man with a nasty expression and a huge scar. The fourth man was coughing and curling up in pain as if he was sick. The nasty one kills the mercenary, slits his throat like an assassin. Then they went towards Tel Gezer, and we know they got into Tel Gezer. Fine. We know all that. Okay. We're talking to someone in the settlement early on. She says, the day I left for Tel Gezer, I walked past a man I'd never seen before. I remember his eyes. He had an ugly scar and led a group of people to the settlement. They looked like prisoners. Maybe that's who they were talking about, the security forces. I've heard some of them were later hanged on the tripods. The rest probably died. So she sees our guy with the scar. He's leading a group of people. They looked like prisoners. I'm thinking now the guy with the scar. The guy with a scar is not the prisoner. The limping guy who's sick is the one prisoner. That's what it is. That's why there's two of them. That's why there's two of them. So the scarred mercenary assassin is being paid to recover this guy. The Harkonnen security forces are looking for the prisoner, but they're also looking for the guy who stole the prisoner away from them. He's escorting the sick guy who's the prisoner, who's injured from the crash. Okay. So that I feel good about that theory. I don't know how he got there or whatever, but maybe he broke them out. It's possible. It's very possible that he is the one responsible for crashing that prisoner transport. All right. We still don't know how to find the doctor. Does everyone agree with me about that conclusion? I mean, that explains why we're told that one prisoner escaped. He's the one they want to capture and interrogate. Although, we're just told now that they are interrogating someone. And we know about... Okay, let's write down this person's name. On card 108B, we're told Kamar Mossat is Scorpion's right-hand man. You better hurry. That's why the elite troops are sniffing around. They've already found someone who knew something. The other prisoners ratted him out for a few drops of water. Okay, so this isn't the guy they're searching for. This is just another prisoner who knows something. Well, I mean, it's tempting to find out and listen to what he knows. We'd have to pay another spice, although we do have a spare one. Well, we've got a couple different things we can do here. What we'd like to do is find the medic's house, but we don't know how to do that. But we've got some choices. We can visit the right-hand man of Gennik, who might know where the doctor is. We don't know. We can track down the woman with the opalite necklace, who's part of this bad rival gang that we don't like. We can visit the warehouse where Adam's body was found. That might give us a clue to whether that's really his body or not. Or we can try to get into the interrogation by paying another spice. Where was there? Was there more water? Wasn't there another? I thought there was another water one we could do, but that might have been from the previous day. Oh yeah, there's the water one. So we'd have to spend a water to talk to the right-hand man of Gennik. We'd have to spend a spice to get back into the labor camp to hear the interrogation. Or we could, for free, track down the woman with the opalite necklace. Or for free, go to Adam's warehouse. Any ideas? Any thoughts? Going to the warehouse might open several clues. I think it was an early option. You know, you've said something now that did not occur to me until you said it. But it's clearly been the case with some of these games. The earlier an option is, the more likely it is that it's got a depth of additional options to follow. Like the later, the more that you couldn't have gotten a clue till later on, the less likely it is going to be critical that you follow down that thing, because you might be doing it last. Okay, let's do it. Let's go to the warehouse where Adam's body, and also it might help clarify our theory about whether that's really his body or not, or maybe, I don't know. Okay, but we're doing it. We're going to the warehouse where Adam's body was found, 117. And then we'll decide in a minute what we want to do. Okay. Finish that card. The warehouse where Adam Sorka's body was found is one of many similar buildings in Ward 5. Dressed in old gray tunics, you blend in with the few passers-by. Shabby signs of nearby shops are far from inviting. You see the HSF patrols here and there. Did you come to have a look as well? Asked the hunched old man. Everyone here rejoices in Sorka's death, so they come to see the place with their own eyes. Bloody Sorko, you say, and spit in the sand. Back when Atreides still ruled, we had equal water rations at least, and now what? We have to beg for every drop. Sorko betrayed the whole settlement, and now he lives comfortably on that estate of his. It's good that they got his son here. Did you see it yourself? Yes, I had this pleasure. First, some cartel thugs were sniffing around, but that's nothing new. Then 2 men walked into the warehouse. Were they from the cartel? No, the old man scratches his head. They were strange. One was very tall and thin. The other wore a still suit. A bit later, they were joined by another man. He looked rich and was accompanied by some men from Connaught. He wore a bag and held it as if his life depended on it. Some wealthy noble coming to trade spice on the side? That's what I thought as well, but now I know it must have been Sorko. Then a dozen bandits stormed the warehouse and began shouting left and right, shooting left and right. So we all hid in our homes. Someone saw the two weird men running away. One of them was wounded. I don't know how they managed to sneak out. The old man gets a sudden coughing fit from the ever-present dirt and doesn't feel like talking to you anymore. He waves his hand at you and goes on his way, cursing under his breath. Okay. Well, move the time tracker, thank you. Well, that was occasionally you read these clues and you're like, well, I wish that hadn't complicated things. Because does that sound like the guy who got shot? They ran away, one of them was wounded. Is that the wounded guy? What's the timeline? Did the rescue... Like, the prisoner escapes from the transport. I'm a little confused about this timeline thing because in our prologue, the whole thing was that the guy with the scar is escorting a guy who's wounded. They're in the settlement after the crash of the transport. They're walking towards Tel Gezer. Now here is something that happened in Tel Gezer with Adam Sorko. Are there dates on the setup pages? No, there aren't. One of them just gave us the year. So if I'm just trying to figure out even just the order of things. Is Adam Sorko killed before the prisoner transport goes down? And then the guy with the scar is spotted in the desert? A few minutes ago, I was completely comfortable with the idea that the guy who's wounded in the desert being escorted was wounded because of his crash of his prisoner transport. It's pretty confusing. Well, I guess we have to decide something right now. Do we want to risk sneaking into the warehouse? We're down. We'll still get 3 even if we risk getting in here. I think we should. I don't know what we'd find in that warehouse, though. But presumably if it costs... We're almost certainly going to fail, right? Only one of the 4. We've got a 25% chance of getting a punishment. But that brings us down to 3 experience. I think that's good enough. Okay, here we go. We're doing it. Here it is. It's a red. It's a fail. But now we get to put the green back in. Our previous green comes back in. We do lose a consequence. But we get to flip this over. All right. Let's read 117b. Dilapidated walls bear the signs of a shootout. Sand blows in through the cracks in the stone, but the stain of blood in the center of the warehouse remains. Suddenly you hear footsteps outside, then the screech of a gate opening. Someone enters. You hide behind a pile of rubble in the corner of a hall and hear the conversations of two male voices. What are we going to do with House Sorko, my lord? I'll talk to the governor again. He'll give in. If he doesn't, I'll talk to Glossu. It'll be the end of Sorko's rule in Tel Gezer. The men walked slowly toward a row of containers. I wonder if this one here has already given in, though. Certainly, but even if he doesn't say a word, I'm sure you were right about the runaway. No one can know that we had him and didn't realize. Do you understand, Kamar? No one. If this information reaches Raban, heads will roll. We've been looking for a year, and now there's finally someone who knows where the arsenal is. We must find him. The men are only a few steps away from the container when you notice a trickle of blood flowing from it. From inside, you hear a whine and a silent cry. Yikes. All right, well, we got some stuff for this. L, O, and G. Okay, so let's start with L-O. L and O. And we're not going to do G yet. So L is Portrait of Kamar Masat. Kamar Masat is the Scorpion's right-hand man. I wrote that down from before. So these guys... Okay. O is Scorpion. Oh, look, we've got a picture of Scorpion now. Looks a little bit. Is that what it is? Is it that the prisoner, or no? We still don't think he's the prisoner now. Or does he look like Scorpion? Is that why? A little bit confusing. Alright, that's the portrait of the Scorpion. Alright, now it says, take a risk and remain where you are to see what happens next. Okay, that's not a choice. That's not a choice. The game tells you. That's one of the rules that we haven't encountered yet. It says... It says, when you see this instruction, you must immediately draw a random token from the consequence pool. Draw one consequence. Okay, well, it doesn't quite say draw one consequence, but it has that symbol, and it's not this. So notice, this is the one that says we can choose to flip this card by taking a risk. This one says we just do it. Okay, so we take G and we take a risk. So first let's start with G. So are we saying, my word, oh, this is these two. Okay, these are the guys we're hearing. We are hearing Scorpion and his right-hand man. We're standing right next to them. That's scary. These two guys, the big evil people, are torturing this guy. Okay, so here's G. We're just watching them. Okay. Let's read what it says. This card's done. Two officers stand above the container. You notice one of them with the scorpion symbol on their uniform as the other one opens the container. A man covered in blood falls from the container and hits the ground. Kill me already. I know you'll do it anyway, hisses the bloody prisoner through his gritted teeth. Your boss, Rojas Genik, or Junis Sarko, where are they hiding? Asked the man with the scorpion. We know they maintain contact. The officer grabs the man by the hair and slams his head against the container's lid. The sound echoes throughout the warehouse. I don't know where Rojas is, but Junis has a servant, groans the half-conscious prisoner. Kayla Lane. They were friends. Kayla has a house in Tel Gezer, not far from the estate. After these words, the man faints and falls into a pool of his own blood. Okay. Try to get to Junis before the Harkonnen security forces. Alright. Well, do you want to try to get to Junis before the Harkonnen security forces? Or do you want to try to meet the right-hand man of Genek? Or do we want to try to sneak back into the interrogation room? Now we have 2 times, so we could do 2 of those things. And we could even use our thing to get another time. But I think my answer is a risk leads to another risk. Sorry I sent us down this route. This is what Jonathan Warner says. Well, that's how these games work. Risk leads to risk. But, I mean, this is actually very good that we got to see Scorpion. He's obviously a big player in this. Too bad we can't kill him now. But don't you want to save Junis? Like, that's worth the risk to me. I think that takes higher priority over this. And maybe the house she's at is where the doctor hangs out. So, yeah, for me it's a no-brainer. Let's go here. We are letting this other woman with the opalite necklace go. But I guess that's okay. All right. Are we all on board? We're going to try to save Junis? I mean, we've gone down this route. We went into this warehouse. We risked and lost. But if let's just save Junis. It's all worth it. 115. We're going down to time 1. Here we go. Okay, let's see what we got here. Kyla Lane's house in the center of the city is completely unguarded. You have no problem climbing to the balcony. You pass through the window and barely avoid a dagger flying in your direction. It sticks in the wall behind your back. A young black-haired woman confronts you with a second dagger in hand. Another woman hides in the corner of the room. Kamar Masat knows about this place. Pack your things, you say, walking toward her. The girl squints suspiciously. Who are you? Your friends, enemies of the HSF. You look at the servant. Take only the most important things. You have to run. Junis walks up to the balcony and closes the seal tightly. On the street, you see a Harkonnen security forces patrol. We need to know why Adam went to this warehouse. Kyla, pack up, she says to the servant. We'll use the way out through the store. Junis, we know it's about an Atreides. Do you want him to fall into HSF hands? You don't have many allies in the city. Junis debates with herself for a moment, looking out of the window. It was a transaction, she says finally. Adam hired a local mercenary to recapture a prisoner from the labor camp. The mercenary was supposed to tell the man that Adam wanted to give him freedom, but the truth was we were leading him into the lion's den. Junis covers her face in her hands. What do you mean? Adam wanted to exchange him for something. But why was this prisoner so important? I don't know. He and Adam knew each other from military school on Caladan. But why would anyone else want him so much? The most important members of House Atreides, as well as their closest allies, have been captured or presumed dead, you know. Exactly, Junis nods. I really don't know. You helped Adam. And what was I supposed to do? If he told me about this earlier, I would have tried to stop him. The plan was madness. But he introduced me to it when everything was already in motion. The only thing I could do was provide protection. As you can see, it was useless. Rojas people died. Not everyone. What do you mean? One man from Qanat is being held captive in the warehouse. You tell the truth, says Junis, dead serious. That must be Duran. His body wasn't in the morgue. I must tell Rojas about this. We have to go, you say. The woman run downstairs to the store. You climb over the rooftop and set out toward your hideout under the cover of night. As you leave, there's someone else observing Kayla Lane's house. A man hiding behind the stall on the other side of the street. You immediately recognize Samet, but there's no time to turn back or give him a sign. The HSF patrols are all around. We get a portrait of Junis. Okay, so we did learn some interesting information there. There's Junis. So we've confirmed our secondary theory, it seems to me, that the guy with the scar is a mercenary hired to recover the prisoner. The prisoner is someone Adam recognized, an Atreides. Which Atreides we don't know, but I feel like when we were listening to the House of Sorko history, it told us a little bit about him training with the Atreides during his military days. I think we should listen to that again together. We're almost done with this day. I suppose we'll listen to it before we solve it, but don't let me forget that. So we did get to Junis. We've got one more time left, or two more time if we want to cash in that extra time, which we can only use once per game. So if we use it now, we can't use it on chapter 2 and 3. So let's decide. We've got one more clue we can definitely go to now. Let's look at what we've got left. Okay, it looks to me like these are our clues left that we can do one, maybe two, if we wanted to spend something. Okay, we can try to sneak back into the interrogation building. But I'm thinking that's not so important and it's highly risky, and I don't think we want to suffer more consequences. So I say we leave that one out. I feel like Junis told us a lot of what we would know about that. And meeting Servan, the right-hand man of Genis, seems less good to me because we have to pay a token for it. We have to pay a token for it. I'm trying to see where I can put it. You can still see me. We can pay a token for it. Maybe he would lead us to the doctor, but we don't really have time to find that doctor anymore. So that's not that appealing to me. The Sorko estate, that's not that appealing to me either, to be honest. I mean, it is a little bit appealing. But if we know what Adam's plan was now, and we think he was killed for it, so, yeah. So just to recap this for a second, we spent some early time not being sure about Adam's loyalty and whether he was trying to hide his identity, was he really killed, etc. But actually following this lead with his sister Junis really seemed to suggest that Adam was going to trade this prisoner for up to no good, and it wasn't about hiding identity. So I'm thinking that
trail of understanding is less important to us now. I feel like we got a little bit of truthful information from Junice that her brother was rescuing this prisoner to use him as a bargaining chip, and he probably was killed. So I'm not inclined to spend a token for that. And then for that, so that leads us to what Jonathan Warner was suggesting, was maybe we go to this necklace woman and at least get a portrait of her so we know who we're looking for. It could involve a risk, though. Remember, she's with the gang that might have killed Sorko. But since our mission is to find out who killed him, find out who murdered Adam Sorko and why, find out the identity of the mysterious prisoner. Well, let's stop for a second. If our mission is to find out the identity of the mysterious prisoner, so wait a second. These are the questions we have to answer. Our primary question is who murdered Adam Sorko? Now, what is our answer to that question? When we snuck into the warehouse, no, it's Junice we want. Okay, here's Junice. Let's read this, what she says. She helps Adam. His plan was madness. He told me about it only when everything was in motion. I'm going to write down that's something I didn't write down before here. 115B, Deran Quanat cartel is in warehouse prisoner. Okay, so she recognized him. Okay, but he and Adam knew each other from military school in Caledon. The plan was madness. Why did Adam go to the warehouse? It was a transaction. Adam hired a local mercenary to recapture a prisoner. The mercenary was supposed to tell the man that Adam wanted to give him freedom, but the truth is they were just leading him into the lion's den. Okay, but that still doesn't tell us who killed Adam. Where did we learn about the warehouse? The warehouse where Adam was found. Did you have a look? Okay. Some cartel thugs were sniffing around, but there's nothing new. Two men walked into the warehouse. Were they from the cartel? No. The old man scratched his head. They were strange. One was very tall and thin, and the other wore a still suit. This is our... So it sounds like our... Attack of Jesse's hand. Yeah, sorry about that. So the mercenary hired to bring back the prisoner did bring back the prisoner. They did meet in the warehouse with Adam. Okay, now, then what happens? They were joined by another man. That's Adam.
Then a dozen bandits stormed the warehouse and began shooting left and right. So we all hid in our homes. Someone saw the two weird men running away. One of them was wounded. Okay, so it sounds like, tell me if you agree with this. It sounds like Adam was killed just during a shootout with bandits that were shooting and trying to rob the whole place. Like it was not a planned. He wasn't killed by the mercenaries. He wasn't killed by anyone. He was just killed by a dozen bandits. It was just bad luck. So I'm thinking our answer to our primary question, who murdered Adam Sorko and why? It sounds like it wasn't a planned murder. Or this guy could be wrong, though. These could be assassins that were sent in for this. Just because this guy thinks bandits came in, shooting left and right. Yeah, so I don't know. But then when we snuck into the warehouse, the two guys come in. What are we going to do with Sorko? He'll give in. Sure, you were right about the runaway. No one can know that we had him and didn't realize. Do you understand? No one. We've been looking for a year, and now there's finally someone who knows where the arsenal is. That's confusing. All right. Well, we don't know the identity of the mysterious prisoner, but we know it's an Atreides. Okay, so I think we do have to listen to that history again to see if it had any information about who he was in military school with. So was it 109 was the fall of Atreides, so 105 is the one that I'm keen to listen to again. So let's listen to this one together about the House of Sorko, I think it was, and see if it doesn't tell us a little bit, if it doesn't mention who he was in school with.
House Sorko is hated in Tel Gazir, but most bitterly by House Gienik. When Sigar Sorko turned his back on the Atreides, he was appointed as governor of District 7 by Glosu Raban, and his family was spared, even the Atreides officer, Adam. Ever since, the Sorkos and the Gieniks have been feuding. The engagement between Junis, Sigar's daughter, and Rojas, son of Lamira, who was killed in battle, was broken off. The governor lives in a beautiful estate with fountains and conservatories. While every day someone dies from thirst on the streets of Tel Gazir. The death of the governor's eldest son showed that siding with the Harkonnens did not guarantee his family's safety. The investigation of Adam Sorko's death is led by Kamar Masat from the Harkonnen security forces, and the governor is desperately trying to prove that he had nothing to do with his son's secrets. After all, the life of another family member is at stake, the young Morris, the Harkonnens' hostage.
Okay, so that didn't have the information I was hoping. I was hoping it was going to tell us. It did say an Atreides officer named Adam. Another Adam. All right. Was the person with the necklace involved in any way with the shootout? I don't think so. I think that was just someone. We lifted a piece of paper from the guy who. Oh, wait a minute. That's right. That guy said he was the one who killed Adam Sorko. I almost forgot that that guy did tell us. Whether it's true or not, we don't know. But let's take a look at that card again. Like we did have that guy with the tattoo tell us let's see. Let's find that card. It was at the House of Ill Repute. Okay, so let's read this together. Okay, you sprawled on a moment later. Several inebriated cartel members shout each other behind the scenes. Did you see how he shot my ear off, bloody Gennick? Soheil, you repeat yourself. We knocked them all off. Relax. What would you like to do? Okay. We see a young man with a bandage on his head. Under his left eye is a fresh tattoo. The contour of a teardrop. Okay. So, may the desert soak up the blood of Quanat and Adam Sorko. Young Sorko held his tongue long enough before... Oh, and then the young girl stands up and says... The young girl stands up. She interrupts. You can't hear the rest of the sentence. Long time no see. What are you doing? Okay, so we sneak in. We say, what's wrong with you? It's me. He tries to stand upright. He's drunk on the drugs or the spice or whatever. I killed the bloody Sorko. Me in person. You? Yeah, me. You better know it was me. Listen, I have to get back to my group. We're celebrating. We gave Quanat a rough ride and took the spice from Sorko. This is our week. That's when we got this paper that says, Quanat will help Adam recapture the runaway Atreides, find out who he is or where he's hiding. Don't leave any witnesses. Whatever you learn, pass the information to her at the market at noon. She'll be wearing an opalite. So this is the woman we're going to give information to. Not get information from. What was he going to say when he was interrupted? It says, to Desmia and her little boy kept in the beast's palace. May the desert soak up the blood of Quanat and Adam Sorko. Young Sorko held his tongue long enough before... We don't think Adam Sorko is in... Oh, no, we know who's in the barrel. It's the person Junis recognizes. Well, I was all on board about doing this, but I think if we were assigned to find out the prisoner's identity, I think we should spend our last spice and sneak into the interrogation room, because that's our best chance. Jonathan Warner says, sorry, hard to keep this straight. You got some skill doing this. It is hard. It's hard for me to keep it straight, too. And the live streaming doesn't help. But on the other hand, it doesn't help for you that you don't have this stuff in front of you. So you guys are sort of at a worse position. All right. I think we should spend our spice and get into that prisoner interrogation and at least take a shot at hearing about the prisoner. How does everyone feel about that? And by everyone, I mean Jonathan. It's our last spice, but we can get another spice. And it's our last time, which we might need more, but we could get another time. And if we have to take another consequence, which is quite likely since this is so risky, we could survive it and we'd still get 2 experience. All right, let's do it. 107. So I'm paying the spice. We're getting 107, and this is our last. We're down to 0 time. So unless we spend our thing, this is it. Okay, here we go. Convincing Morgana Tarak to arrange another transport to the labor camp required lengthy negotiations and a significant amount of spice. That was the token we just paid. You get out of the ground car, dressed in a simple robe, take a pile of rags, and head toward the interrogation building. Staring at the ground, you inform the sentries that you have orders to clean up after the recent interrogation. One soldier just shrugs, but the other raises his hand to stop you. Who gave such an order? He asks, watching you intently as he reaches for his weapon. I know nothing. I'm just supposed to clean, you answer and bow obsequiously. The man eyes you for a little longer, then finally lets you pass. You enter the interrogation room. Inside is a metal chair stained with blood. Next to it stands a rack full of torture instruments. In the corner stands a table laden with interrogation reports. You look at the door. The sentries ignore you. They are too busy yelling at slaves passing by. You begin to clean the room, and eventually the sentries forget about you altogether. You take a film book and a portrait captioned as "Runaway Prisoner" that lie on the top of a table. You write down the film book's contents on a piece of spice paper and hide it under your robe. You've probably got what you came for. Read the interrogation report 1007. All right, let's go down to the table and read interrogation report 1007. Which is a film book, right? Sorry, not 1007, just 107. All right, so we are going to get to... So I'm glad we did this, otherwise we would not get a chance to hear this. Maybe this is going to be useful to us. Let's hope. All right, let's listen to it and watch it, I guess. Oh, here we go. The last sentence went by a little too fast for me, but well, that's important. That was good. We got lots of information from that. Let's listen to it again, or watch it again. Okay, so the guy they're interrogating is Taurus Contis. All right. Is it not advancing? Seems like it gets stuck sometimes.
trying to start it again. Okay. The website is stuck. Let's try it again. That was 107. Okay, let's try it again. So he knows one of the people in the escape brigade. Now I want you to notice that he mentions, so okay, he says he knew prisoner 10235, Alex Kane. Okay, Alex Kane from Paladin. They visited Kwasu Raban's mother. 10235, Alex Kane. I mean, that's our prisoner, right? 10235, is that not the name of the one we're trying to find? Okay, now this is interesting. He can't recall the real name. Alex Martyr Cassius and Damned Adam, which this thing says. I'm going to have to go back to that last page. This thing says, when he says Adam, he probably means Adam Sorko. But when we rewatched, you'll recall that when we rewatched that Sorko family history, it did mention the Atreides officer named Adam. So I wonder if it's not Adam. They're both named Adam. All right, let's read this again here and write this down stuff. Damned Adam. He dies in the 5th hour of interrogation, so they roughed this guy up. Okay. Prisoner 10235 was studying military on Caladan together with Adam Sorko. It's crucial to determine which Atreides officers he might have known. I think that's Adam. I think they're both named Adam. Report written by Tato Symes, signed by Kamar Mossad, the guy in charge. Okay, well, okay, and that's it. All right. Well, I mean, that was awfully useful. But now it's not over yet, because look at what's here. See a portrait of the prisoner, Q. So let's get out Q. Okay. There's a portrait of the runaway prisoner. Okay. Just a portrait. But then look at this. We can flip the card and go to the other room. We have to do another test. So we can absolutely do this. We could drop down to only 2 XPs, but surely that's, I mean, it does say you probably got what you came for. It feels like the card is warning us, like, you did get what you came for. Do you really want to take another chance? But the worst thing that happens, well, I shouldn't say that. Yeah, Jonathan Warner says the prisoner gave a false name. It sounds like he's saying, like, he operated under different names, yeah. Which makes sense if he's an Atreides, and all the other Atreides have been killed. Like, he doesn't want to admit he's an Atreides. But he's operating under a false name, yeah. Alex Cassius. And this is file, I'm going to write this down in case we want to look at this again. File 107.
Okay, so I say we flip this and go to another room. It seems dangerous. The guy has been killed. I don't know. Now I'm scared. Like, the prisoner that's being interrogated was killed. Do we want to go to another room? What do you guys think? You guys and gals. I mean, it's either over, we stop here, or we go to another room and risk something bad happening to us, or we spend time to do one of the other clues, which I don't think we should do. I think we should save our time. I think we know enough. What do you think? Yeah, we don't know how to replenish resources. Yeah, other than the XP and stuff, that's the only way to replenish resources. But, well, what is one XP is worth a resource? That's the It took us a lot of effort to get here. We came to the camp, then we went back to the camp. We spent an extra spice. I think we should do it. I'm scared that it may hurt us, but we spent so much effort to get here. I think we should look around. You ready? Let's do this first. Jonathan, your last chance to object before I reveal this. All right, I'm doing it. Here it is. Red. Okay, that's a fail. Goes down to 2. Now we're only going to get 2 experience, which I'm okay with as long as this is not something terrible. As you approach a small bureau behind the plasteel door, an officer sitting at the desk turns quickly in your direction. Who let you? You cover his mouth with your hand and put the knife against his throat. His eyes are full of fear. What do you know about the prisoner? You know who I'm talking about. His identity doesn't seem to add up. The prisoner's name was Alex Kane, but that must be a mistake. We know that the real Alex Kane died with his unit during the Atreides massacre. I remember Mossad hanging him on a death tripod no more than a year ago. Who is the prisoner posing as him? We know only as much as we squeezed out of other prisoners. They said he was always faint, dizzy. He supposedly had been working with dangerous substances earlier. You notice that the officer is trying to reach the alarm button hidden under his desk. You knock him out with the handle of the knife, catch him, and slowly lower him to the floor. You leave the interrogation building and pass by the sentries who are unaware of any misconduct. All right, not too much information, but we know he worked with radiation, which matches why he was sick and all that. All right. Well, it's time to answer the questions and wrap this up. We did not do this. This is the only one that hurts me a little bit, that we did not talk to the woman with the opalite necklace. All right, let's take a 5-minute break. Then we will answer the questions, do our best. I feel like we made some progress here. We could use the skill. Oh, we could. Yeah, we could use another time. I mean, is it worth it? What do you think? I'm willing to defer. If you think we should spend our extra time to talk to that opalite woman. The thing is, she's just working for the other clan. Although if he is the murderer of Adam, pass the information to her at the marketplace. She'll be wearing an opalite necklace. The runaway Atreides Figure out who he is or where he's hiding. Okay. She doesn't know who he is. We could draw from the bag. Yes, we could draw randomly from the bag to decide. Track down the woman with the opal white necklace. I don't think we should do it. I think we should save it for chapter 2. I think we've taken our time with this. I think we wait. It's not that appealing to me. I hope the game's not going to be like, who is the opal white necklace woman? All right. We're going to take a 5-minute break. We're going to come back. I'll tell you what. We'll do it Jonathan's way, sort of. We're going to draw 2 tokens. If they're both green, then I'm going to use the time to talk to the woman. So exceedingly unlikely. So there's a red, so we're not doing it, and there's another red. Okay, so we're not doing it. We wouldn't have done it no matter how you work it out. All right, 5-minute break. We'll come back. We'll solve the case. Then we'll talk about our thoughts on Dune House Secrets. 5-minute break. I'll see you back. Okay, you're watching Co-op for Two. Welcome back. We are about to wrap up Chapter 1. Looks like we've been playing for almost 5 hours. 4 hours, 50 minutes. It's 4:30 a.m. here. We've finished all of our encounters, so it's time to answer the questions. But we could sort of sum up what we know. I was just trying to think while I was sitting here. Our goals are find out who murdered Adam Sorko, and we think it's that other clan. We overheard them talking. The guy claimed to be the one who killed him. Find out the identity of the mysterious prisoner. We did see the interrogation report. We know he's referred to by Alex Kane and other names by the guy they were interrogating, and who also mentioned the name Adam, but they think he was saying Adam Sorko, but I think it's talking about Adam, the Atreides officer from that background video about the Atreides family. The only thing that I'm sort of was sitting here chewing on was he said that he met, in the interrogation report, it said they met briefly on a trip to Raban, the mother. Like, that was a little, like, where have we heard, who is Raban? Like, we've heard that name, right? Would knowing that help us? It's a little overwhelming, all the names in this game. It's interesting that of all the games, Detective and Vienna Connection, of all the games that are like, this is mystery, you need to write down the names. Oh, it's an insult, Jonathan says. But I was saying, of all the games that you need to write down and draw like an org chart to remember who's who, this seems like it might be the one that I really need that, but also the one that I'm least motivated to go through all the trouble of. And I'm afraid my notes are not good enough to... It was an insult, you say? You mean the interrogation report, he was telling them to go to hell? I think it was Adam Atreides is the identity of that prisoner. All right, are you ready? Shall we go try to solve it, or at least see what the questions are and see what we can make sense of? All right, I'm going to go to the laptop so you can see it. We're going to turn on the laptop audio in case it has anything to tell us, and we're going to do the status report. But I guess before I do, this is our last chance. Oh, we visited your mother, okay. We might take a look at that later, but I guess it's probably not important for our case here. So, any last questions that you have, or you want to look at anything before we go to the status report? Here's our person, the escaped prisoner. Here's Scorpion and his right-hand man. Here's the guy, the mercenary hired to escort him out. You know, the one card that actually seemed like it was really had information that we didn't understand, but that seemed relevant, was that card where Scorpion was talking. Like, we do not understand this fully, do we? No one can know. Okay, so let's look at this quickly before we wrap this up. So they're in the warehouse. Scorpion, the big bad guy of the Harkonnen, and he says, "What are we going to do with House Sorka?" His right-hand man says to him. They're in the warehouse where Adam was killed. He says,
I'll talk to the governor again. He'll give in. If he doesn't, I'll talk to Glossu. It'll be the end of House Sorko's rule in Tel Gezer. So they're trying to pressure the governor to do something. Okay. I wonder if this one here has already given in, though. So, and we think from Junis that she's telling us that that's one of their men they have in there. Certainly, but even if he doesn't say a word, I'm sure that you were right about the runaway. They're trying to squeeze out of him who the runaway was. Okay, but it sounds like one of them, Scorpio or his right-hand man, knows. Now he says, no one can know that we had him and didn't realize. Do you understand, Kamar? No one. If this information reaches Raban, heads will roll. We've been looking for a year, and now there's finally someone who knows where the arsenal is. We must find him. Okay. So it sounds like what he's saying is, look, we had Adam Atreides. We had this Atreides under our nose as a prisoner for years, and we didn't realize we had him. So he's like saying no one can know. But then he's saying if Raban finds out, heads will roll. Now there's finally someone who knows where the arsenal is. So I think he's saying that, like, Adam Atreides, this Atreides knows where the arsenal is. And that's why it's so important to find him. Some hidden cache of the Atreides. Okay, but still here's my question. Who is Raban? So this is a uncomfortable part about this game where is it on one of our cards or, you know, one of our things somewhere, and do we have the energy to go find it? It strikes me that Raban is someone high up in our background information. Let's just check if it's mentioned here in our prologue. It's also a little unfortunate that these portraits don't say who they are, so you got to kind of remember. What if the opal white woman was Raban? I'm going to assume that we don't need to figure out who Raban is for now. But if we get a question about it, I'm going to go look it up. I'm going to go search for it. I wonder if it's not in one of our histories of House Sarko or history of the fall of the Atreides. I just can't remember. I wish I had written it down. We never did find that doctor. I mean, this card has got lots of names on it about the two cartels, but no Raban. Is Raban an Atreides relative?
It's hard to know if it's someone we're supposed to know. I don't think the game. Jonathan says it's hard to know if someone we're supposed to know from the lore of Dune. Yeah, I don't think the game has not used anything that makes it important that we know someone. I'll tell you what I'm gonna do, because it's 5 hours. You're gonna think I'm gonna say we're not gonna do this, but I'm saying the opposite. Like, I don't want to. We've spent this long. Let's watch our histories again and see if they're mentioned. Oh, look who's here! From Ek Reimer. Just for a moment, I think you know Raban. Big, bald, brutal guy, Beast Raban. Uh-huh. Yes, does that mean he's a Harkonnen? Let's listen back to the shadows again. Okay, Reimer, one of the designers of Dune and Vienna Connection is here. So let's
The Atreides traveled to Arrakis more than a year ago by order of the Emperor. They took over control of the planet from Baron Vladimir Harkonnen. Duke Leto Atreides quickly gained the respect of the local people, but he didn't have time to enjoy it. Baron Harkonnen couldn't relinquish control of the only source of spice in the universe so easily. From the very beginning, it was all a trap. House Atreides was soon attacked by not only the Harkonnens, but also the Sar-Dukar, a group of elite soldiers controlled by the Emperor himself. Victory for House Atreides was impossible. Leto Atreides fell, and nearly all his people were killed or sent to prisons and labor camps. Through Fear Hawat, Duke Leto's Mentat was forced to become an obedient servant to Baron Harkonnen. The fate of Leto's son, Paul, and of many of his subjects, remain unknown.
Okay, well, that did not fill in, but Presmec filled in a little bit. So, okay. Well, Brutal Guy, is that our I'm a little worried now. I'm worried whether it's our, is it our Harkonnen bad guy, or is it this guy? Did we get information about that guy? Do we know his name? This is a little bit of the trickiness with doing these things live. If I wasn't doing it live, I would stop, take a break, and go through these cards. When we played Detective, I laid out all these cards at the end of the case and went through them all. Well, we can worry about it if we get quizzed on it. I'm looking at our cards from the first game, from the prologue. When did we get the illustration of him? Let's just at least find that card, H. Let me find where we got H. It's hard to know what you'll be asked to answer. Okay, here's where we got H. Let's look at this together. Back to the Shadows again. Portrait in the Movie by Dave Bautista. Okay, there. That's going to be Harkonnen.
Okay, so not our... it is maybe something...
that maybe Prezimek is telling us is from the lore of Dune. So one of the Harkonnen from Dune. All right, Let's go answer the end status thing. All right, ready? Here we go. All right, status report. Everyone can see this okay? Finished the game. Yes. All right, here we go. After returning to the Siege, you give Zarzur all the information you found out about the recent events in Tel Gezer. You tell her about the cartel clashes, the warehouse shooting that resulted in the death of Adam Sorko, and the HSF's constant pursuit of their lost prisoner. I guess I'll get rid of this so you can read this too. Having listened to your report, Zarzur asks about further actions you would like to take in this investigation. You recommend one of the following. 1. Collect information on the Damasu cartel and Desmea Cores. That's the... First of all, Desmea Cores could be that a woman with the opal. That's the other rival cartel that we think killed Adam. So that would be reasonable, although I feel like they're kind of a known quantity. Or collect information on the Quanat cartel and Rojas Genik, the other cartel that we think was working with Adam. Collect information on Junis Sorko. I mean, we kind of know her. Receive training from the Fremen. This choice has no impact on the story, only bonus experience. That's an interesting set of choices. Well, I thought for sure we were going to be asked about the identity, about these questions, find out who murdered Adam Sorko, find out the identity of the mysterious prisoner. Instead, I forget if we got asked other questions, but instead we can make a recommendation. All right, any thoughts, not including Reimer, in the channel about further actions? So we could get bonus experience if we feel like we're low in experience. I mean, it seems like a wrong thing to do to get bonus experience. But maybe I'm not that thrilled with gaining information on these other cartels, although I think you could argue that since we didn't pursue the opulent, the opal woman, maybe it's our duty to go get more information on their Are we assuming we're investigating one of the cartels based on the prisoner still being in hiding? That's a very good question. So the person that killed Adam, or that we think might have killed Adam, had this
thing that said Quanat will help Adam recapture that runaway Atreides, find out who he is or where he's hiding. Don't leave any witnesses. Whatever you learn, pass the information to her at the market at noon. That's the Damasu cartel. And the Quanat cartel are the good guys. For us, relatively good, right? So I still don't know how that should affect us here. Rojas was almost killed. One of their cartel is in the warehouse bucket being tortured. But do we need to collect information on them? Yes, we do. Potential 2 people named Adam. That's right. Well, that's interesting. I mean, this says Quanat will help Adam. Remember, yes, potential for 2 Adams is absolutely true. But I don't know how any of these helps us with that. Jonathan, do you have a gut feeling of which one of these is likely to yield a more interesting story? I say we go with the Damasu cartel because we didn't meet up with that woman. They did kill Adam. We think Adam was trying to sell this prisoner. What's our... We've got some history on the cartels. Where were they? Okay. The second... Let's just read this. The second cartel you need to know about is Quanat. Okay, they poor and insignificant. They bounce back. The Genix wanted to have an alliance with Sorko. Sorko betrayed House Atreides. Genix will never forgive House Sorko. So they seem to be more friendly to us. Okay, Damasu cartel belongs to Corres. They deal with human trafficking and prostitution. The Atreides took it over after arriving back on Arrakis. It's one of the many reasons why Desmea Corres, the leader of Damasu, hates them with a passion and hunts every Atreides. So the Damasu are the people who are trying to kill Atreides. So maybe you'd go with Quanat, huh? I think they're after the Atreides. They're the people to worry about. So I'm going to say we're going to get information on Damasu. Could be a terrible mistake. We could use the experience, but let's do it. Yes, Quanat might be helping. But given that, like, even if we knew that was true or the opposite was true, I don't know which option we should pick here based on that. Like, do we collect information on the people that are friendly to us or against us? I'm going to pick this one. I don't know why. Okay, chapter 1 solved, and here's our epilogue. What solved, I don't think that means anything. It doesn't mean we got anything right, but let's read this together. As you've already found out, the Damasu cartel is led by Desmea Corres, who's at war with almost the entire city. She hates both House Atreides, who took away her spice refinery, and House Harkonnen, who's keeping her son in the Carthage palace. But her most obvious enemy is the Quanat cartel, led by the Genix family. They've been competing for influence over the city for years. Despite the fact that Desmea lost her income in the illegal spice trade, she still controls the flow of information in the city. She also owns most of the brothels in Tel Gezer,
and their courtesans frequent the homes of important personages. One of her favorites, Cora Turo, has even become Governor Sorco's new concubine. It's disturbing that Desmea Cora seems to have been collaborating with the HSF lately. It isn't clear when the collaboration with her former enemy began, but there are rumors that she's aligned with someone from outside Arrakis. Desmea Cora may not be making all of her own decisions anymore. Is it possible she's following another's bidding to get her son back? Okay. I don't think, Jonathan says we did it. I don't think so. I think no matter what option we picked, it was going to say chapter 1 solved and then give us a different epilogue with us talking about whatever we chose to investigate. So I don't think there is any solved or not. It was going to tell us. It's a little confusing to use that word solved. I think it was just telling us whatever we picked, it was going to say, oh, that's a good idea, you did that, now you learned this extra information. All right, so I'm going to give my thoughts here on Dune House Secrets. And I have to couch this properly. So I loved Vienna Connection. I loved the mystery solving and the puzzles of trying to put together the story and figure out things. And it was nerve-wracking when Prezimek came into the playthrough, the first opening night playthrough I did of Vienna Connection, because, you know, I felt like, well, I am lucky that I love this game so much. Okay. So that's my setup for saying that, you know, I really loved Vienna Connection, and I am a fan of this system. I don't think this game is quite for me. I mean, I enjoyed it, and I will no doubt keep playing through the other 2 chapters. There's 2 more chapters left. But I think fundamentally what we're dealing with here is that there are several sort of aspects of the system, of this detective modern crime board game system that Ignacy developed. And on one hand, there's the mystery and unfolding the mystery and solving it and trying to figure out and get ahead of the game and figure out who did it and why and what their motives were. Then there's a little bit of a gamey nature, which Detective Modern Crime board game had. It had this same kind of feel for different tokens that were used to activate, to perform certain actions. You had to have certain tokens. Now, Detective Modern Crime board game was much stingier with tokens. In this game, at least so far, we haven't really wanted to do stuff that we couldn't, although I will note we are now out of spice tokens except for these experience things. And I feel like this game, and in all fairness, it was not advertised as solving mysteries. It was advertised as an adventure game. And these gamey elements that are in it here, with the heavy, going back to the heavy use of tokens. It's interesting because Detective Season 1, which evolved from Detective, basically said no more tokens. And now with Dune, they've gone back to the gaming nature of tokens. And then they've added this little push your luck element, which at first I thought was really going to be painful, because when I first read the rules, it looked like it was saying you draw this token, and if you fail it, you don't get to do the thing. But now it seems like this could have been made clearer in the rules. But it seems that the consequence of drawing the wrong token out of this bag is simply that you move down on this track, which if you move too far down, you read some bad thing, but it causes you to lose you not gain as much experience, but you still get to read the card. So it's not nearly as punishing. But I still really question that mechanic, how useful it is. I mean, from a design perspective, it seems like you're basically relinquishing some predictability to how well you can tell your story. You could imagine if someone gets really bad luck, then their experience goes down to 0, and then they never power up, and so the next mission's harder, which means they find out less information, which means they run out of tokens. I mean, I just don't quite get why you would give up the ability to control the pace of the game design. That seems like a high cost to pay to add this danger factor, this push your luck. I mean, so it's trying to have us not turn over so many cards. It's trying to have us not take risks to find out more information. Again, now there's 2 ways that you are forbidden from gaining information that might help you. One is if you don't have the right tokens. 3 ways. One is if you don't have the right tokens. One is if you run out of time. And one is if you don't have the upgrades. I guess that would let you have enough tokens or time. Or if you're scared to turn over the card and look at the back because you don't want to lose your upgrades. To me, it feels, again, coming at it from someone who likes to play Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective and see all the clues. It's one of the main struggles with Detective that system went on a route that says players are only going to see half of the clues. That was the decision that the design made. That's Ignacio's decision, that you're only going to see half of the clues, or whatever percentage. And I question that from a design perspective. I mean, obviously these are the expert designers that are playing this game, but it just seems to me that I've talked about this at length. Better to have control of your story and make the mystery something interesting when the players see all the clues than rely on different groups seeing different subsets of the clues. To me, if you're only going to play it once, there's no real value in having different groups seeing different subsets of the clues. But okay, it would be nice to hear from the designers at some point about their different thinking on that. It does make some of the decisions weighty because you're saying, gosh, I really have to decide, should I look at this or look at that? And maybe that's the point. The point being that you want to make those decisions weighty. The only counterpoint to that seems to me a problem is that they're psychologically weighty. They're sort of self-induced, like watching a horror movie and making yourself scared. Because you look at those cards and you're saying, well, we could go and do this and spend a water and do this, or spend a subterfuge and do this. And I challenge you to logically reason out why you would choose one over the other. I don't think, in fairness, that you really can. So you're sort of agonizing because you know you only have enough time to do one of them, but you're sitting there trying to say, should you call heads or tails when you flip the coin? It's something that has an impact, could make a big difference, but you have no justification for choosing one way or the other. Okay, so that's all that. The fact that they've taken some of the mystery out and made some more, leaned more on the game side, tells you a little bit why this didn't satisfy me the way Vienna Connection did. Another part is just the setting. I mean, I'm not a super fan of Dune. I am a science fiction fan, but I'm the detective solving mysteries and murders and dealing with present day or past day sort of non-science fiction-y crimes is much more compelling to me than this. The idea of being a detective trying to crack a case is much more of a compelling thematic experience than this, where we're given this whole backstory about being a smuggler or a prisoner and being rescued and owing a debt of water to this mysterious rebel leader who's now sent us in to do these miscellaneous things. It's hard for me to get myself in that mindset. It's not as compelling, and the motivation isn't there. That part is another reason why it doesn't quite resonate with me. I do think another part, though, is, and again, some people these detective games, more than any other genre in this tabletop world, I think, are very prone to some people having a fantastic experience and some people just not liking it, and given cases being hard to predict where you will fall on that. So this game may be perfect for you. And let me come back to the part about the end of the cases not asking you questions, because I do want to come back to that. But I want to stick with parts of the game that I found didn't quite work for me. I do think in some of these games, in fact, in most of these games, the best Sherlock Holmes cases and the best cases in Detective Modern Crime and in Gumshoe, there is a real enjoyment and aspect of the game that is about the challenge of managing an overload of information. And part of my struggle with this game was that, on one hand, it really was an overload of information, of names. These are names that are foreign to an American ear, but going to be foreign to most ears, set in a science fiction world of terms that are new. And just the sheer volume of stuff that's outside of a normal organizational structure of your brain trying to remember details. You're in a different context of concerns and motives that are foreign, and to have so many different names and relationships. And, it is a common, it's not uncommon when you deal with these worlds that are about political intrigue and houses, whether it's Game of Thrones or Dune. There's a lot of names. It's a lot of dense information about relationships. It's Paul, who's the son of Duke, and he's got a concubine and a wife. I mean, there are a lot of relationships and a lot to keep track of. And that's hard enough as it is. But then when you're playing a game that tells you, look, you're not really going to have to try to solve anything. It might be nice if you could try to solve it, but you're not going to be asked about it. It's not going to be so important if you figure things out. And you're going to get information on cards, on double sides of cards, and then some on these little cards. Some have information, some are just photos. You've got background information on these chapter sheets. You've got background information on stories on these cards. You've got these little pre-release chapter things. It's just a huge amount of dense sort of facts and names that's hard to keep track of and hard to get motivated to keep track of. And then videos that you have to watch and rewatch that are dense with information, and those interrogation reports, which you can't just read through, you've got to watch. It's the format of the information makes it a little painful to recycle through. And then there's the fact that I'm playing this live stream on a channel. And when we played Detective, as I said, we really studied some of those cards looking for clues. And that's one reason why you might have a better experience playing it with a group and not live on a channel. If you take your time, create an organizational chart, write down the names of each people, have multiple players playing, have one person taking notes, I think you might have a more satisfying experience, especially if you try to solve this and don't just write off trying to solve it just because the game is not requiring you to try to solve it. So let's come back to that, and I'll wrap up my thoughts there, and then maybe we'll talk for a bit on the channel. And I suppose we should talk about the experience stuff for a little bit, the different mechanic. So I do want to talk about this fact that you're not asked to solve, you're not asked to answer questions based on how well you understood the mystery. This Dune is like the final evolved state where it went from detective, where you were asked questions that you were judged on, like traditional Sherlock Holmes, consulting detective, and you could be wrong on, you got scored. And then Vienna Connection went halfway away from that, where you were asked questions. Some of them were wrong. Some of them you could be wrong about. Some of them you sort of wasted time on if you were doing something wrong. This game feels much more like you're just choosing what story epilogue you want to be told about based on what you're interested in. Now, I talked about in Vienna Connection how I thought that was a clever idea that I was not opposed to. I do think that these games absolutely have a path to take where they're less about getting answers right or wrong and much more about the psychological reward of wrapping up story and plot lines. Now, I will say this. The fact that we played that chapter with some real mysteries and some things we were trying to figure out, and then after 3 hours, 4 hours, we got to one question that asked us, what do we want more information? And sat there and said, I don't really care about these choices. I don't really feel like there's any of these choices are really information I'm dying to know. That to me feels like a real miss. I mean, that's almost like shooting yourself in the foot. You've created this mystery that's sort of compelling and has some compelling mysteries. And if you presented me this pitch of this game, you said, we're going to not ask them questions about how well they figured things out. And I'd be like, well, I'm a little skeptical. This game, people like to, you're challenging them with understanding this story and finding out who these people are. You're not going to question them about that. So they're not going to be motivated to try to get that right, or at least we're not going to tell them if they got any of that right. And then you'd say, well, but here's what we're going to do. We're going to let them pick which element of the story they're really curious to have wrapped up and learn more about. They'll pick one of those, and then we're going to answer those lingering questions that were really bugging them the whole game, that they'll be really itching to find out the answers to. They'd be like, all right, you got me. Do it. Let's try it that way. That could be satisfying. But that means, and one question, you're only giving them one question. That means, guys, that last question should be like, tell us the one really juicy mystery that you can't wait to have you get the final little piece of dopamine when you find out the little missing piece, that you found out all the other pieces, but there was this one little piece of the puzzle. And now because you did well finding all these other pieces, we're going to let you hear about that one missing piece. And the fact that we got to those questions and we're like, these two cartels that are the least interesting part of our mystery, right? Not about who's Adam. I assume we're going to learn a little bit more about that. And then we picked them and we got a little story that was pretty much what we already knew. And the one part that we didn't know is a little bit intriguing, right? It's saying that maybe someone else, she's not making all of her decisions. Maybe she's following another's bidding. So, I mean, there's a little bit of hint of breadcrumb, like maybe that'll develop. And if we hadn't picked this, we wouldn't know about that. But it seems to me that's a little bit of a... Seems to me that's a miss. This should be the psychological reward of what you've figured out, giving you a little bit of information. Instead, it's more like giving you another little card that teases a piece of information. So if we picked one question, we get teased about one plot line. Pick another one, we teased about another. that's the same thing about giving different groups different clues. It doesn't seem, I don't get it. I don't get the purpose of that. So yeah, that's a good place to end. I do think the experience thing is interesting. It's whenever you're upgrading these characters playing over a campaign, that's quite compelling. But I do think it's the same thing we've been talking about. Should you choose to get an extra spice token, an extra water token, an extra fight token, there is no way to logically make that decision. You have no idea what clues you're going to see, what tokens you're going to need. So it feels a little bit of like an empty gesture, letting you choose which of those to go with when there's no basis for making that decision. And I really think we're going in the wrong direction in terms of giving people more elements, more decisions that are not based on anything that you can gin yourself up to feel like is important, but really isn't. And there were some other little weird things, like we got that history of Dune, the one video that gave us a backstory to Dune that happened in the middle of chapter 1. That was weird. That seems like that would be the first video you'd play. I don't know why there were no animated videos in the prologue. It was just pure text. That was a little weird. And then there are little bits of the rule book that could have been clearer. So I don't know. It didn't quite work for me. It's good enough that I want to keep reading. It does feel like a little bit of an interactive story rather than a mystery. And maybe you could play it like that without spending so much time trying to figure out what to do. You could play it by just using your gut telling you what clues to follow and not trying to think it out so much. But not painful. I love the system. I hope they keep making these games. I would love, if you're listening, okay, I loved Vienna Connection. I liked Detective a lot. This game, Dune, is not quite working for me. I would love to see you go back a little bit to the detective stuff and maybe look at Gumshoe, look at the 1934 Sherlock Holmes inspired Gumshoe, and consider making a detective game that's back in the old time, back in the 30s or the 40s or maybe even the 1800s. But I would like to see more of the system. All right, I've talked a long time about it. I would be happy to hear thoughts from anyone else. I'm not sure anyone's still here. I hope that the designers of the game don't feel, we're living in an age where a huge amount of effort is made to get positive press and have people say good things, and releasing pre-release games, Kickstarter previews and stuff to channels that are guaranteed to say great things about games because otherwise they lose access. And I appreciate that wasn't done here, and I hope people take me seriously when I say that different groups are going to have different experiences with these games. If you love this setting, you might love it. But I hope it doesn't land too harshly. I'm balancing out my harsh criticism of Dune with the fact that I loved Vienna Connection so much, and you can't have one without the other. And I know, don't misunderstand my criticisms for a statement that this is easy to do. This is obviously, game design is hard, but designing these mystery games to work with different groups, making different guesses about things is the hardest genre of all to make. It's incredibly hard to play test. So, it's an amazing achievement already. It just doesn't compare to Vienna Connection or Detective for me. Okay, let's hear if anyone else has some more thoughts. We'll just sit here in silence. We can talk. We don't have to talk about this game. We can talk about other things. If Przemysl, I'm not sure I'm pronouncing it right, but if Reimer or Pozetsky or anyone is here, you've got the floor. You are welcome to talk about this. I know it's a Polish design. I don't know how much you want to talk on an English channel. I mean, I don't know how whatever. You're welcome to say whatever you want. There'll be lots of reviews of this game, unlike Vienna Connection, which got a little bit of wasn't covered as thoroughly. I think there's going to be plenty of coverage of Dune, and we'll see whether. I reviewed Suspects. I mean, I love this genre so much. The last couple of these games I've played, I've been pretty harsh on. I was pretty hard on Suspects, the French card-based game, for very different reasons. But I feel like I've been a little harsh lately. Jonathan says, I think the prologue introduced the game mechanics more than the world of Dune. I think someone who is not into Dune could not be brought on this journey. Well, I think you got a point. I think this game does not require any knowledge, but it sort of threw you into a world without really setting it up all that much. And it does feel like maybe the story could have been a little more of a gentler, gradual introduction to the world of Dune, like, you know, introduced you a little more to the characters and the lore, and that introduction about the history of the Atreides and Harkonnen. It's a little surprising that it wasn't a more gentle introduction to the lore as well as the mechanic. It just threw you down as a prisoner who had been escaped. Yeah, a little harsh introduction to the world of Dune, and not quite clear where it fit in. Yeah, and Jonathan says, also wish the character introductions were more split between Prologue and Chapter 1. You know, it's tempting. Occasionally you play these games and you're tempted to just make wild guesses about some of the design decisions that go on. So I said in the beginning that they've said that they're going to make these into 3 boxes, a trilogy of Dune games. And you always wonder if what the original designs and how did it have to get paired back to work. But I do think, like, I think you can make a strong case that there's a pacing problem here. That you just throw people straight into the most dense world with 4 different characters that players are playing with their own long backstories, and you're meeting 3 different people, right? You're rescued by this woman who has a right-hand man. Everyone you run into has a right-hand man in addition to themselves. They've all got their families. Like, these things have to be done gradually. You should start the player off in a very restricted environment. Let them get used to who they are, who they're working for, what their motivations are, before you start throwing them into 50 characters. And I've talked a little bit about Arkham LCG, and it's sort of like, if every game you're rescuing the world, you're setting yourself up for a difficult task as a game designer. If every game has to be the weight of the world, and in this case, I feel like if you're setting yourself up a world where there's a different character and portrait you're going to see every 5 minutes, it's hard for people to become invested in that world. It's just a flood of names and faces and motives and stuff, and maybe picking a smaller setting. And that's one of the things that Sherlock Holmes seems to do pretty well. Even though there's a big world, you're dealing with any given case with a fairly small set of motives and people. Jonathan says, I do not know where things would go after Prologue. The first chapter was more of a mystery. It seemed to set up a ton of characters. I assumed they all mattered going forward. Yeah, well, it remains to be seen how much is mystery and how much is story based on mystery. I am curious a little bit to see what these main characters were, but it's hard to know. Like, you play a detective game and the guy gets killed And you're like, well, there's a much deeper story going on. But in this one, we found out that the guy was killed by that other cartel. Is it going to be a deeper reason, or was that the reason? Is it now? Once we found out some information and motive, was that it wrapped up? We've got this Atreides character, Adam Atreides, or goes under different names. It's not clear how long it's going to take that to resolve. There was some weird confusion, timeline issues in this chapter 1 and prologue 2. At least I had it when playing. I was confused a little bit about the timeline between Adam getting killed and the prisoners getting broken out and this mercenary. And hey, if the game was supposed to be designed so that we were confused whether the scarred person was the prisoner or not, then okay, that was achieved. Like, I spent some time confused as to whether the guy with the scar was a hired mercenary or whether he was the prisoner. But if that was supposed to be obvious, if that wasn't supposed to be something that tripped me up, if something's supposed to be obvious and it wasn't, then that's a bit of I consider that a failure. Make the things confusing and tricky that are supposed to be confusing and tricky. So I can't speak to that. Only the designers could speak to that. Still not sure what chapter 2 would be like. I agree. Here's the question. Is chapter 2 and 3 going to introduce new names and characters at the same rate that chapter 1 and the prologue did? If it does, and we keep access to all those cards, that's an overwhelming volume of different people and relationships. On the other hand, if chapter 2 sticks with these main characters in play and fleshes them out more and lets them refine them more, that would be a more manageable, satisfying thing, and then that would just be a complaint a little bit about a pacing. Well, here's the deck remaining. Quite a lot of it. And here's the size of the deck. We have to keep these a bit separate. Here's the deck that we went through. So, less than a third, maybe a quarter of the cards. Maybe we've been through half of the asset deck. But don't forget, in this deck, you can see this section here was cards, this section here, cards from chapter 1 in the prologue that we will never see. Like our playthroughs, these are the ones we didn't explore. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 cards that we could have seen had we gone down different paths that we didn't. And we saw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. So we saw 18 cards in our prologue and chapter, and 12 we didn't see. So 18 out of 30 we saw, and another 12. That's, from a design perspective, that's fascinating. It's like a fascinating artistic decision. It seems super challenging from a design perspective. How do you make a case where the person can see, different groups will see, huge, a third of that they won't see, more than a third they won't see, and still make it a satisfying mystery for them to solve? I still admire that idea, and I think there's room for that to really work, especially if you're not dependent on people solving a mystery, but more for the psychological satisfaction. But I'm going to make, again, this is from the outside in, talking from a game design perspective. But look, here's what I would say. If you're going to make a game where the decisions are not based so much on logic, but based on psychological interest, right? Do the people, then the decisions shouldn't be framed as logical decisions. You should lean into that. For example, I'll just give you this example. You don't make the question, do you want to go in the warehouse or do you want to go to the tavern? if the decision can't be reasoned out and logic used to tell you what to do, don't present it that way. But you can still make the system work. And if you want people to go through different paths in the deck and see half the deck if they do one thing and half the deck if they do another thing, you can do that. And there's a wonderful, satisfying way to do that. But you make those branches based on moral decisions. Do you save Junis or do you save this person? And you can't do both. Now you've got a psychological weighty decision that you've given the players a choice to make, which will affect the story outcome. They save one person, then they get some outcome about how this person was saved and lives their life, and how this person died and got killed, and how their family is traumatized. Or maybe you decided, and Arkham LCG occasionally has a mission like this, where you're like, do you save the high school full of kids, or do you save your friend? Like, those should be the decisions. And the end questions, if you don't want them to be, do you solve this? Make the decisions. Do you want to arrest this person? Vienna Connection had one question that was like that too. But then you've got decisions that will stop the players in their tracks, make them agonize, but doesn't feel like the game is cheating you. And it makes sense that if you choose one path, then you see this half of the story, where the consequences of this person dying, some of the clues and encounters you read are going to be branches off the consequences of that choice. But if your choices are, do you want to have spaghetti or pizza for dinner? It's not going to be satisfying when choosing pizza ends up with this narrative opening up and eating spaghetti leads to this narrative, because the person is not invested in that choice. And Jonathan says, I think all the Dune lore and terminology and names make processing somewhat, and make processing someone reading the card aloud more difficult. And I guess the flavor that fans want. Yeah, I think it's absolutely true. It's harder for you to hear me reading all these names that are new to you, to me. And whether that's a critique of the game or just it's a different kind of game. Some people love that. They love getting deep into that lore of hearing like the Game of Thrones type thing, where you're hearing about ages of families passed down. And some people love the richness of all those different names and keeping them in their head. And I've talked about how some people visualize, if they read a story, they visualize, if you read a scene description to them, it's aphasia. I believe it's aphasia, not agnosia, but aphasia is visualization ability, I believe. But if you don't have that visualization ability, then reading long pictorial descriptions of scenes goes right by you. And this may be a different category of things based on perhaps hippocampal memory, how well you're able to remember people's names. And perhaps if you're one of those people that every time you hear a name, you know exactly who that was and you remember, you've got a little locker that you put all the information about that person in, then maybe this kind of setting appeals to you more. And maybe if you're invested in the world of Dune, that will appeal to you more. For me, I found it a little hard to keep track of everyone's name and who maps to who. But you could tackle that a different way by building a nice chart and whiteboard and having someone take notes so that they know everyone who's mentioned, they've got written out nicely. And if this was a real mystery to be solved, I might be more compelled to keep notes like I did with Gumshoe, where I wrote down everyone's name and all the information about them. It's a little harder to get motivated to do that in Dune, because Dune starts out telling you you're not really going to have to solve it. So it's a little hard to get motivated to do all the work. But if you are playing with a larger group, have someone take good notes on every person mentioned, what their relationships are. I think that would lead to a little better experience, and it's one of the costs for playing these live is that I don't put the time into that I might if I was playing this on a more relaxed schedule. Any other comments from the audience? I'd be interested in hearing from people who are super Dune fans. I mean, look, any game that lets you play in a world that you love is going to be fun if you love that world. So if you love the world of Dune, you watch the movie, you get enthralled by it, the new movie. Maybe the idea of being able to play in that world seems pretty cool. There were multiple Dune books. I don't recognize these characters, other than obviously the backstory stuff that's mentioned in passing. But the main characters that play in this game it seems like it's happening after the world of the first Dune book. I really appreciate, Jonathan, you being here joining me for this. And most of the time I play these in a sort of as if I was on a rocket ship with no other humanity left. I'm just broadcasting it out into the ether. But it is fun to have some company during these playthroughs, even though I realize that, you know, if you want to play this, I'm playing on opening night, right? So like, if you have any interest in, if you're going to play this, you won't have had time to play it before the live stream. So who's really going to be watching? It is a weird circumstance. It would make more sense to play these, you know, a month later than maybe the people who have already played it could watch and see how well someone else did. But this is up there now. If anyone else played an opening day, maybe they can watch this in the next couple days. But even more important, I think, you know, there's so many games coming out so rapidly that we're all have to choose games that we're going to have to accept that we're never going to get around to playing. And I think Jonathan was saying he's not sure if he's going to play, watch the prologue, then he's still not sure, watch chapter 1. Like, I think it's reasonable. You could stop here and play chapter 2 and 3 by yourself. I don't know if I'm going to play the other 2 chapters live or record them. I'm not sure. There's something about doing these live streams that feel a little bit like endurance marathons. They feel like a little bit risky, a little bit dangerous. If you saw the Suspects playthrough, I got a bunch of those wrong, and it was a little, I don't know if embarrassing is the right word, but it feels like you're sort of, you know, doing your high wire act in front of an audience when maybe you should be doing it at home. Jonathan, do you regret watching this? Do you wish you had played it on your own and not been spoiled? Anyone else in the channel want to chime in? Jonathan Warner says, I don't want to seem too critical. I did like chapter 1 more than the prologue. I'm not sure I'm a big enough Dune fan for this. I agree. Chapter 1 was much more satisfying than the prologue. The prologue, in fairness, was just to sort of introduce you. The complaints I had about the prologue was just about the pacing and the sort of introduction. It seems like the introduction, the video could have been done as part of the prologue. You could absolutely imagine that, I don't know how I feel about this game. Yeah, I kind of feel the same way. You could imagine the prologue might have gotten written after the main cases, like a decision like, well, maybe we should give people a gentle introduction, so let's write this extra prologue. I don't know. Again, I also don't want to be too critical. It is hard to avoid comparing this to Vienna Connection. Think about that stack of 100 full-page files with Vienna Connection and 4 full cases to this, which is a mini half-case prologue and then 3 real cases. None of these full-page sheets. I mean, I guess the money has to go to the licensing costs, but it's hard not to compare to Vienna Connection and feel like Vienna Connection was a richer experience. And maybe a more paced a little more satisfyingly, at least so far. But it's hard to know without playing the other chapters. It really is. I think having a risk be behind a risk is weird. There was already a risk. You mean the times when we like pulled the token to get a thing and then had to go again? Yeah. It's hard to know what the game is after. Is the game trying to be a realistic simulation of risk, so that if you take a risk to go into this dangerous area, then you better expect there's more risk behind the door? But again, the core problem comes down to this fact of having to make decisions without any information really that inform that decision. In fact, what's the right way to say this? There's a concept I'm drawing a blank on the name of it, but when you're dealing in economics or game theory or whatever, you often ask, what's the balance of costs and risks and benefits so that someone's indifferent to two options, right? You don't want one option to be, you sort of want the margin. You're interested in decisions on the margin. And it kind of feel like all the decisions in detective and these kinds of games are set up like that. Like everything is designed so that every decision is a flip of the coin. Should you look at this encounter or this encounter? They almost have to be designed so that there's no way you can reason out what you should do. But it makes it awfully hard to motivate spending time trying to think about what you should do. And the same thing with paying risks. You could imagine that if there were no consequences, or if you were sort of untethered by any kind of balance, you might make a thing where the person's like, do you want to like risk 5 tokens and to go look behind the wall, to look inside this safe? And the person risks all 5 tokens, and then they open the safe and it's like there's nothing there. Well, the game is not going to do that. So if a game makes you pay 5 tokens or take huge risks, there's a very, very high, almost guaranteed chance that there's going to be some good information there, because people would be too unhappy if there weren't, and the game would be too unbalanced if there weren't, if you let everyone who went down that path. So in a sense, you kind of know that if you have to pay for something, it's going to be good. Now, very rarely a game bucks that trend. Gumshoe, the 1934 out of print, and maybe that's a clue to why it was out of print, the 1984 game set in the 1930s, was occasionally bold enough to be like, do you want to do this thing? It's going to waste 5 hours of your time. And you do it, and it's like you get hit over the head and you got nothing. But part of that's because it lets you replay. Jonathan says, I don't really think it feels like an RPG. No, it doesn't feel like an RPG. Maybe now that there are more characters, it will feel more like that. Yeah, I don't think it's feeling like an RPG. I mean, there's some issue with the characters, but you saw the game did not have us doing anything as these characters. Nothing in the game needed any of these skills, right? So Ari is described as skills trained in deception can impersonate someone by mimicking their voice, facial expressions, and the use of disguise. And Daniel Arias has these skills, military expertise, including the use of weapons, explosive means of combat. Okay, so at least with the epilogue and prologue, that was just flavor text. It looks like it's something real. It looks like it's functional. It looks like the game is going to say, hey, if you've got military expertise, you can do this, like something like Legacy of Dragonholt had, a game I had different problems with. But not used at all, not once. And having these different characters with their different art and personality, totally irrelevant. You're always playing with all 4. You're always taking all 4 into battle. Whether they're on the advocate or the other side just governs whether you get a token or not. An extra token, whether you have this ability to turn 2 tokens into 1, which is already for the game's economy a horribly painful decision to have to be forced to make, which we didn't get forced to make. Keep the thoughts coming. I mean, it's 20 to 6, but we're in no rush. If someone's just joined, if you have any questions, we could talk about other games. We could talk about Vienna Connection. Jonathan, have you played any of these other narrative mystery detective games? I'm not even sure I'd put that. I mean, I wouldn't put that in this category, really. It just flirts with it on the side. And is more like an adventure game. Maybe a little bit more like Legacy of Dragonholt. And some people may love that, just riding along in the story with a little bit of a mystery. I mean, it definitely has more mystery than Legacy of Dragonholt. And a mystery that is unfolding. Very little combat or anything like that. So far, at least with the choices we made. But it's a different game, and I think if you go into it expecting a mystery game like Vienna Connection or Detective, it's not going to quite be satisfying. I just don't. On one hand, I'm not the right person for the adventure games, but even if I was, I'm not sure I would recommend this to someone who is. I think there are other games with more engaging, paced out story that isn't just so dense with factual information. Oh, Jonathan Warner says, played Vienna. You probably told me this already, Jonathan. Maybe we've talked on some of the YouTube channels. Vienna Connection, Detective, Modern Crime. Okay, and Gumshoe. Well, I'm curious what your thoughts on those games were. We probably talked about it on YouTube, but like, where would you rank those? I mean, Gumshoe is such a rare game. So few people have ever played it. Jonathan, are you the one that did the review of Gumshoe, posted on BGG, the written review? I am bad with names. Now you see why I struggled a little bit here. Oh, no. Okay, Jonathan, you weren't the person. Someone did a written review of Gumshoe before I played it. That was had some good tips. Gumshoe is a 1984 rare out-of-print game set in the 1930s, and it is just very hard to get hold of and an intense experience and a unique experience. It spans 10-game campaign and nine games and just overwhelming amount of information, but another endurance test, but a unique experience. So it's useful to see where you stand on those games. What did you think of, okay, let's see. Jonathan says, I would rank 1 Vienna Connection, 2 Gumshoe, 3 Detective. Okay, so you would put yourself in the category where Detective wasn't totally thrilling game of the year for you. Like some people love Detective so much, it was game of the year for them. I am closer to that side than Greg was. Greg was sort of disappointed by it, and I could see how some people would have a bad experience with it. But how would you describe your feelings about Detective? Did you play Season 1? Did you play any of the expansions? LA Crimes, Dig Deeper were the 2 expansions for Detective. I played Detective Modern Crime board game with Greg in the mid days of the pandemic when we weren't getting together. We played it over Zoom, and I thought it was a really good experience to play over Zoom. And I would absolutely recommend 2 people playing it over Zoom, each having a copy. But I could see how it wouldn't be entirely satisfying. It was such a novel experience. I mean, I did love it. I thought Detective was fantastic. Didn't like the scoring system. Yeah, I can understand that. So you're predisposed to like this shift to a non-scoring, non-strict questionnaire, which is interesting. I do think that can work. I just think they needed to work on it a little bit more. I would love to see, Ignacy Trzewiczek has been putting out more YouTube vlogs. More than one question. Yeah, that was a little weird too. It's like, we're not going to do this exciting, tense questionnaire where you're asked 5 questions. We're going to make the questions not have much weight, not be so important, and we're just going to ask you one. And yeah, that's a little weird. Like, not only do you not have a questionnaire, but you're making that finale part as thin and unsatisfying as possible. I don't quite get that. Maybe if you really want to lean on that and you want to give up the excitement of having a final questionnaire, maybe you got to put a little more work into that final wrap up. Maybe some different animations based on what thing you pick, different psychological ramifications based on what you pick. Yeah, that's true. No puzzle fragments in this one. That's a good point. They got rid of that. I mean, I had my own problems with the puzzle fragments, but I love that they're experimenting. I do love that they're experimenting here with the XP and the, the XP mainly. I was saying something though. So Ignacy's been making these video vlogs on YouTube very frequently now, and he did a little video about Dune House Secrets, and I'd like to make a request. And in all fairness, he did do a review, not a review. He had a discussion with now I'm trying to remember, was that the French Suspects discussion I watched? Okay, I'll leave that aside. I'd like to request more video discussions from a game design perspective. Ignacy has written a book, and it's a more casual book about games that tell stories, but it's got a little bit of game design discussion in there. Like, if you're going to make those videos, this is a game where it's opaque from the outside what goes into designing these games. These detective games are very hard to design. They're intricate. How do you decide how many clues people should see? How do you decide which clues are optional that people, if they go down a track? How do you balance the time available, the tokens? Like, this is a rich area for discussing how you make such a game. And you've now got this detective system that you've used in several games. You've clearly learned a lot about what makes them work, when they don't. This is such a rich topic that would be interesting, fascinating to hear the discussions of the changes to the system, the different ways these different games do it, and how you balance such a game, how you play test a game, what you're trying to do. I mean, can you guys make some design videos about this system and answer some of these questions, why some of these decisions were made and how they get made? Jonathan says, Gumshoe is epic, but a bit hard to understand exactly how much of a simulation the game is. Should you follow the rules about only talking to other players when in the same location? Yeah. Well, that gets to the point about the person who wrote the BGG little review. I mean, I wrote a whole video on how I would play Gumshoe and advice to new people. And I do think, like, that's a game that you have to take some liberties with on how you play it, whether it's replaying games or talking to people. I agree that's a crazy rule to follow. But yeah, if there's ever a game to sort of come up with house rules that make the game enjoyable, Gumshoe is one of them. So far, we have not needed this map. Everything, both the prologue and chapter 1 have all been in one place. One little city. which we had a map for, but which was not important for us at all. Spatial arrangement of stuff wasn't important. Well, we got 10 more minutes till 6 a.m. I don't have anything more to say, but I think we just stick around for 10 minutes. It can be 10 minutes of silence, or Jonathan can talk about some other ideas. Anyone else in the channel? I could just talk about random stuff. Have you heard of Cain's Jawbone? No, I have not. What is that? While I'm waiting, it takes like 10 seconds for you to reply, to hear my reply, or for at least for me, yeah. One of the in one of the previous live streams, I was talking to someone, maybe it was Jonathan, about playing Fire and Alderstein, German one-shot box mystery. And I said I was about to play it. I was asked if I had played the other games in that series. And I said no, because they're not available in English. And the person said, oh, yes, they are. One was an Arctic case and one was another. So I did get online, and it turns out that they are available. They were licensed to another American company under the name of like Murder Party or Games or something like that, and they're available and fairly cheap on Amazon, and repackaged in a little bit of a flimsy box compared to the original Fire and Alderstein. But yeah, so I got them, and I plan to play through them. I'll still start with Fire and Alderstein. I don't know how well regarded the others are, but I am looking forward to playing all three of those. So thank you to whoever told me it was during the last video about them. There are so many of these games, it's just impossible to keep up. And when I did my Suspects, I reviewed Suspects, and I didn't have great things to say about it. It was okay, and I liked the system, but I thought the actual mysteries were left a lot to be desired. And I finished the review, and I had to edit in a little snippet into the review after I finished the main part of it, because I was in the review I was talking about who can I recommend this to. I was having a hard time thinking who to recommend it to. And then it struck me that Suspects, all the information is on cards. Once you see a card, you've got access to it for the entire game. There's no other information but the cards, and you have access to all the cards. So I was thinking, I realized, well, this is actually a good game for a larger group of people. If you had like 4 or 5 people sitting around, they could just pass around the cards and look at them and say, let's do this, let's do this. So I edited in a little snippet about not knowing other games that are like this, other narrative detective mystery games. But I had second thoughts about that, because the truth is that if you expand your concept of these games to be these murder mystery escape room type games, like Fire and Alderstein might be like that, but there are a couple others, and all of these subscription box games, they are much more set up for a large group of people spreading out the evidence and looking through it. So it's hard to know whether you want to consider that a different genre or not. So Cain's Jawbone, Jonathan says, it's a mystery novel puzzle where it's 100 pages of mystery novel that are out of order. You need to order the pages and explain the solution of the mystery. I think only 4 people saw it. Okay, that is fascinating. And my friend Zachary Brown might like that. I am intrigued by that. I'd like to get my hands on it. And it's a perfect segue to mention, you brought that up in one of the YouTube comments. And I think I said what I'm going to say now, which is it immediately brings to mind Echoes. This new, oh, this behind the curtain, you can see the switcher, brings to mind, there's Echoes right there, 2 small boxes. They're all both like $10 each. The whole concept behind Echoes is you've got 18 cards that each have a picture and have some audio associated with them. You scan it in the app, and the app plays a little audio snippet. And the whole game is trying to get them in the right order to reconstruct some story. And it actually works quite well. I thought the dancer box was really quite satisfying. The cocktail was less satisfying. You can watch the review Greg and I did on that system, quick review, and you can watch my playthrough if you want. But that's exactly what you say there, where the solution to the mystery is getting the order right. And that sounds like a much more serious endurance game that would really challenge your working memory. I take it that a lot of the pages are going to start and end on their own sentence. So it's obviously not just a matter of connecting sentences, but really trying to make logical sense of 100 pages. That sounds great. I'd like to read more about it. Last chance if anyone has any final thoughts they want to get in. If you're watching this in the future, after you've played it, I would love to hear if you had a more satisfying experience with the game, or if you got to different points, took different paths, saw different stuff, your thoughts on the game design issues. Part of the reason we do this channel is just to be able to talk to people about these games. So it's a little weird when I do these solo playthroughs and I don't have someone to talk to and commiserate. Often it's Greg who's had a bad experience with one of these detective games, and I'm sort of talking them up. So perhaps when I play these solo, I'm a little more likely to play both roles. Jonathan says, thanks for being a great host and letting me play on. Well, as I said, thank you, Jonathan, for joining me. It is, without a doubt, more enjoyable to have someone else with you while you're encountering this stuff and bounce ideas off of and get ideas. And it was fun having Jonathan here. Okay, that's a good place to end. I will see you in the next video, whether it'll be chapter 2 of Dune House Secrets or something else. I'll see you on the channel. Hopefully Greg will be back for the next game or a different game. And I'll see you next time.